I'll just need my charger for this phone because I'll have to keep it on. It will take 30 seconds. It's coming. Why it's not coming? It's still not coming.
Connect to WhatsApp.
No, it's connected to internet. My mobile network. No, it is not. This line shows it's not. No internet. This. No, it's not connected. Wait, I'll open the settings. You just connect.
Okay, so I was thinking we'll start with the name of the chapter is not there, no? With this chapter, what do you say? Huh? You know the marks weightage for this chapter, correct? So what is the marks weightage for this chapter? Huh? 24. Sure. Sure, 24. So, I was like, what is happening? So I think this is 22 to 24 marks chapter, correct? Yes. So, and before I start, obviously, I already told you that I expect you to recall everything with me, and I hope that you all are practicing writing. Even now also, every day, 1 to 2 answers every day you're supposed to write. You know, I could never get enough of, you know, repeating this whole thing again and again, how much important writing practice is. So how many of you have been doing that? Tell me. What writing practice? As you wished, or as per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872. Then it's gone. What? No? Practicing? Yes. So tell me, how many of you, I asked this question again, how many of you have actually done the entire syllabus, covered the entire syllabus?
Don't put it on the swing. Just this is good. This is good. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, how many of you have actually, one more time, how many of you have completed the entire syllabus, studied the entire act, I mean all the 5 acts once? Yes, please raise your hands. Only 2? 3? 3 of you. Only 3 of you. Who else completed the entire, at least read the entire syllabus once? How many of you? Raise your hands, it's okay. 4, 5, okay, 6. Only 6. You have 7. Who else? 8. Only 8 of you. What to say? Good morning, all of you online students. Good morning. So let's start with the Indian Contract Act. Obviously, you know how important this chapter is. As per the weightage, also it's a 22 to 24 marks chapter. And I get messages also that if I just do Indian Contract Act and leave the rest of the act, will I pass in law? I am like speechless at that point of time. Totally speechless. I don't know what to say at that given point of time. I look at the message and I'm like, I had nothing to say. So please don't ask me such questions. Even today also, absolutely not allowed. I tell you how important that 5 marks LLP chapter is also for you. So how can I actually answer a question like, if I just do Indian Contract Act, will I pass law? So I don't have an answer for that. So tell me, what was the year the act came into force? 1872. And what was the date the act came into force? 1st September 1872. It's a revision. Obviously, I have to be at a particular pace. If you have any doubt in any of the topics, you can stop me, you can ask me to explain that topic, I'll do. Otherwise, I am under the impression that you all have done everything, so it's just a recalling of the entire syllabus. Okay? So obviously the act deals with what? The term contract. So tell me, what is a contract? And it's an agreement which is enforceable by law. Now when we say agreement, the term agreement means what? It's a what? It's a promise or set of promises forming consideration for each other. Now when we talk about this term agreement is a huge term. It includes even a social agreement, it includes even a family or domestic agreement, it includes even a legal agreement. When the agreement is legal, it becomes what? Enforceable by law. When I say enforceable by law, if I put it in simple terms, what it means is I have a right to sue you, you have a right to sue me. When an agreement gives me a right of action against the other person in case of breach, it is what? Enforceable by law. And when it is enforceable by law, it becomes what? Contract. So we can say that contract is nothing but agreement plus enforceable by law. Now, when we say enforceable by law, I just explained. When we say agreement, I just explained what? It's a promise or a set of promises. So tell me, what do we actually mean by the word promise? What is promise? A proposal, when accepted, becomes a promise. So I make a proposal. So basically, the foundation of every agreement is what? Offer plus acceptance. When this offer plus acceptance is what? Enforceable by law, it becomes what? It becomes a contract. Right? It becomes a contract. So contract is nothing but offer plus acceptance plus what? Enforceable by law. What is proposal? What is acceptance? When we come to those respective topics, we will just discuss them. Okay? Now, on the basis of, as I just said, agreement only when it is enforceable by law, it becomes a contract. So, Contract Act actually lays down some essentials. That only when these essentials are present, we can say a contract is what? Valid. What is the section number where the essentials are given? Section number 10. So what are the essentials which are given under section 10? Offer and acceptance, free consent, consideration, capacity to contract, then lawful object and agreement not expressly declared void. However, over the years, when over the different cases that had happened, the lawmakers, or rather the court, came up with these actually were laid down in different cases that happened over the period of time. So the court held that yes, we need all these essentials. But apart from this essentials, we also need these essentials. And only when all of this are present, then we can say the contract is what? The contract is a valid contract. So what are these? Two parties, then intention to create a legal relationship, then certainty and possibility of performance, and last, legal formalities. So we will obviously discuss all of these in details. Before that, what are the different types of contract that we have? I hope you're carrying your notes with you, right? I hope you're carrying your notes with you. I hope you have your notes. Just keep your notes. We have written a lot of notes in the class. We literally had filled up notebook, at least one notebook. So please keep that notebook in front of you. And at this point of time, please don't refer to any new material. That is like, suicide. Right? It's like suicide, committing suicide right now. So please keep only your materials in front of you. So tell me, on the basis of validity, what are the 5 different types of contracts that we have? Void, voidable, illegal, unenforceable, and valid. So tell me, what is void? Not enforceable by law. That means we both cannot sue each other. What is voidable? Enforceable at the option of one of the parties. That means one of the parties. Who is that one party? Aggrieved party can sue the other party, but the other party cannot sue the what? The former party, right? What is valid? What is valid? Enforceable at the option of both the parties. And what is the next one? Illegal. What is illegal? It is void as well as punishable by law. And what is the last one? Sorry? Unenforceable. What is unenforceable? Substance is good, but there are some technical defects, right? What is the difference between void and voidable? What is the difference between void and voidable? Void is not enforceable by law. Voidable is what? Enforceable at the option of one of the parties, but not at the option of the other or others. Then, in case of void, it can never be what? Okay, no legal remedies are there. That means you cannot sue the other person for damages. Whereas in case of voidable, can you sue the other party for damages? Yes. Then, okay, void may be void ab initio or may become void at a later stage, but voidable is never void ab initio. Then, void contracts, can I say rather, cannot be ratified, whereas voidable can be ratified, right? And unless I actually use that option of ratifying, can I say a voidable is actually always valid? Yes. Then tell me, what is the difference between void and illegal? What is the difference between void and illegal? Void is not enforceable by law. Illegal is not enforceable by law. It is also punishable. So rather, void is not punishable by law, whereas illegal is punishable by law. Then, who was that guy who said illegal is not enforceable by law? So what was the next difference? Void is not always illegal, but illegal is always void. Then, void may or may not be ab initio, but illegal is always what? Ab initio. Next. Collateral agreements. In case of main contract being void, the collateral is what? Valid. But in case of main contract being illegal, the collateral is also what? Tainted with illegality, and hence it is void. Then on the basis of formation, what are the different types of contracts that we have on the basis of formation? Express, implied, and e-contracts. What is express? By words. By words, oral or written. What is implied? What is implied? Implied can be by law or by actions. When it is by law, we call it as what? Quasi-contract. And when it is by actions, we call it as what? Tacit contract. And what is the next one? E-contracts. What is e-contracts? Which is entered over the internet. Then on the basis of performance, what are the different types of contracts? Unilateral, bilateral, executed, executory. What is partly executed, partly executory? What is unilateral? One-sided. As in one party has performed before or at the time of contract, and the other will perform after the contract is made. What is bilateral? Where both the parties are yet to perform. What is executed? Both have already performed. Can I also call it as what? Discharge of the contract, correct? Executory. What is executory? Reciprocal promises yet to be performed. How many of you are not able to recall anything? Oh my God, what is happening? How many of you are able to recall everything? That's good. That's very good. Chalo, the next one, please. I want it a little, then if you can recall, it should be a little more louder, right? So tell me, did you have breakfast or not? No, I mean, I'm just trying to understand no energy for what reason? No breakfast or trying to store up your breakfast till lunch? No breakfast. Life का बहुत sad story है. Always, every time. If the class is at 7 o'clock, still no breakfast. If the class is at 9 o'clock, still no breakfast. 10 o'clock, also no breakfast. Very sad. Chalo, tell me, what is offer? So we'll start with all the essentials now. What is the first one? Offer. What is offer? Willingness to what? Do or not to do something with a view of obtaining the other person's consent to such act or abstinence. So basically it can be to do something, or it can also be to not do something. Now tell me, what are the different types of offers that we have? General offer, special offer, cross offer, counter offer, and standing or open offer. What is general offer? What is general offer? Made to the world at large. Who can accept it? Anyone from the public can accept it. What is special offer? Made to a definite person or to a definite group of person. Who can accept it? Only the group of person or the definite person to whom it is made. What is cross offer? Identical offers in ignorance. And what is the result of cross offer? Both offers will lapse. So basically, will a cross offer ever, and I mean ever, make a contract? No, a cross offer will never make a contract. What is counter offer? Modification of the original offer, right? What is counter offer? Modification of the original offer. And when we say counter offer, what is the result of counter offer? The original offer. That means, tell me, can we actually make a contract out of it? Yes. And what is standing or open offer? Which is open for acceptance over a period of time. Now tell me, what's the difference between general and special offer? This is made to a special is made to a definite person, whereas general is made to the world at large. Then anyone can accept it in case of general offer. In case of special offer, can be accepted only by the person to whom it is made. Then in general offer, offeree is, who is offeree? The person to whom the offer is made. Offeree is not known to the offerer, whereas in special offer, offeree is known to the offerer. Then what is the difference between cross and counter offer? What is the difference between cross and counter offer? Haha. Cross is identical offers in ignorance. What is counter offer? Modification of the original offer. What is the result of cross offer? The offers will lapse, whereas in counter offer, original offer will lapse. Then tell me, what are the rules of offer? I have already told you that when you are learning, I am under the impression that you have read all of this in details already. Right? You have already read it. So now when you are preparing for the exam, once you should go through the entire text once in details. After that, whenever you are revising, if you've already done that before and now just before the revision part again, if you have read it completely, what you now need to remember is the headings. What you now need to remember is the headings. You can never learn the explanation. Once you, let's say you get a question like, what are the rules of a valid offer? You cannot remember the explanation. What you need to remember is the headings. Once you are very thorough, once you remember the headings, you can easily go and write the explanation in the exam. And this I had already told you when I was teaching you also this topic. You cannot learn the entire thing. What you need to learn is the headings. Once you have learned the headings, you can easily go and write it in the exams, right? So moving on to the next part. Rules of offer. First of all, the terms of the offer should be what? Clear, definite, not vague. That means it should not be open to multiple interpretations. The interpretation must be only one as to what you are trying to give me and what I'm going to accept. Then it may be what? It may be what? Express or implied. It may be what? Express or implied. What is express offer? What is express offer? By words. And when it is by words, it may be what? Oral or written. What is implied? Implied word can mean two things. What? By law or by actions. Correct? Here the word implied means what? By actions. So when a bus is flying on the route, on a definite route, it is an offer to the public that we want to give you this. We are making this offer if you want to accept it. What kind of an offer is that? General offer. It is what kind of an offer? It is a general offer. Now, again, tell me one thing. You have given me an offer, but I don't know about it. Is it a valid offer? No. So, offer must be what? Communicated. To whom? To the whom? To the offerer or offeree? Who makes the offer? Offerer. To whom the offer is made? Offeree. I am making the offer. I already know about it. It has to be communicated to whom? To the offeree. So offer must be communicated to the offeree. And now from this point, we get the next point. Tell me, if I don't know about your offer, can I accept your offer? If I don't know, I don't even know about your offer, how can I accept it? So to accept the offer, I should at least know about it. So an offer cannot be accepted, what? In ignorance. Can I give an offer which is a conditional offer? Yes. Yes. An offer can have conditions. That is, the offerer can put conditions subject to which the acceptance can be made. But Can it have a condition that if you don't reply, it will be your acceptance? No. An offer can have conditions, but it cannot have conditions that if you don't accept, it is your what? If you don't reply, it is your acceptance. So an offer must not contain a term, the non-compliance of which. So if I say, I want to sell you my house, if you don't reply within 20 days, I will deem that you have accepted my offer. Is it a valid offer? No. My acceptance should be by choice. You cannot force your acceptance over me. Then the last one, a statement of price, a statement of intention, and invitation to offer is not an offer. So can you give me a few cases which is considered as a statement of intention or statement of price? Supermarket. Supermarket matlab kya? Self-service. Okay. Self-service. Then what else? Okay. Price tags. Then what else? Huh? Sorry? Advertisements, okay. Auctions, okay. Prospectus, auction, what else? Acha, prospectus means which prospectus am I talking about? The prospectus issued by colleges or the prospectus issued by company? Huh? I'm talking about every prospectus. Every prospectus is the same. A school issues a prospectus, colleges issue prospectus, all of it. I mean, the admission ke liye they issue no prospectus. So all of it is what? Invitation to offer. Next, batao. Anything else? Did we skip? Miss? No? Newspaper ads. All this is what? Self-service shops. Price tags. Did we write? Yes. All this is what? All these are in discount sales. We missed that. Discount sale. All of this is what? All of this is invitation to offer. Tell me next. Should I explain this in details? Anyone? Invitation. हाँ बोलो. Silence वाला आप बोल रहे हो. So you are saying must not contain a term. So basically your question is that if I retain the goods even after the time it becomes a sale. So there it is not a silence. It is your act of retaining the goods. Right? So wahan pe, see what happens is if I tell you, I want to sell you this pen. If you don't reply, I will deem that you have accepted my offer. So this is basically you're not replying and it's your silence. But when I hand over this pen to you and I tell you that keep this pen, if you want to purchase, you can buy it. Otherwise, you return it back to me. This is what? Sale on approval. Now, when you have the possession of this pen and you fail to return this pen to me, what does it show? So is it silence or is it an implied acceptance? Why is it an implied acceptance? Because you have the goods and you have retained it beyond the time. So your act of retaining the goods is an acceptance. So that is an implied acceptance. Whereas when I say if you don't reply, so neither by your words nor by your actions in any way you have suggested that you've accepted my offer. हाँ हाँ since he's already हाँ आप पूरा बताओ फिर हम बताते हैं. Yes, वहाँ पे भी silence वाला आप बोल रहे हो. The fact that he was a beneficiary, okay, and he is continuing with the firm, that is the reason. So it's an implied acceptance. Again, it's not a silence because you were already a beneficiary. Right, you were already a beneficiary, and because you continue after that, that is why he's that is considered as he has become a partner of the firm. Okay. Actually, see, there are two things. You have to give your acceptance either by words or by actions. Okay. When you tell me, ma'am, I want to buy this pen, by your words you say you want to accept it. When you say, ma'am, I want to, what you say, you don't say anything, but you keep the pen. Your action says that you want to keep the pen. But when there is no action and there is no words, then it is what? Then silence, right? So as I gave you the two different examples, when I give you this pen and I say, if you don't return, you can keep it or return it. And you don't return it back. So your act of keeping it is what? You have accepted it. But when you don't have the pen, and I say I want to sell this pen to you, and if you don't reply, I will deem that you have accepted. Here, have you given your acceptance by words? No. Have you given it by actions? No. So that is why this is not valid. Okay. So there's a difference between the two situations. So please understand, sale on approval is not a case. You cannot say so it is an exception that in that case silence is acceptance. No. There in sale on approval, it is what? It is an implied acceptance, right? It is an implied acceptance. Clear, all of you? Yes. Any other doubt in this? Yes, please tell me. Hmm? So that was the name of the case was Harvey versus Fasse, and that was not a contract actually. That was just an offer he made, right? So when you quote the price, what was the two? Tell me what was there in the first letter that he had written. The first letter, what he had written. You just said no. A wrote to B. What he wrote? Huh? Huh. So the thing is, he said, I want to purchase your pen, quote the price. He quoted the price, but did he ever say that I am willing to sell at that price? If he says, huh? I got your question. What you're saying, if yes, no, it doesn't matter. Till you have quoted only the price, it doesn't mean that I am going to, because the law very clearly says that statement of price is not an offer. Okay? So if I just quote the price without showing an intention that I am willing to sell at that price, statement of price is not considered as an offer. Okay? Anything else? No? How many of you never have any doubts? Like never? No doubts. No, on a very serious note, मतलब होता ही नहीं है, no doubt. When I study also, I don't have a doubt. When I solve the questions also, if I get a wrong answer also, no doubt. Like नहीं, or then I see the answer, oh, I'm like, oh yes, कितना obvious था. For no reason, I gave the wrong answer. How many of you like that? Huh? Like that? Keshav, right? Keshav. I remember names that like. So ऐसा ही होता है Keshav. No doubts only, no? Happens, no? Yeah. I think most of us, it happens like that only. 80% of us, like, right? So, yeah, we may not owe up. That's a different thing. Have doubts, ma'am, but I am watching from home. So, first of all, though, your name is Phoenix. I don't know who you are. I swear the names. You can always ask your doubts. When we have doubt session, you can actually type. I know how difficult it is. Why ask address? I have lost it. Okay, so the next one, acceptance. So tell me, what exactly is acceptance? So tell me, what is acceptance? When the offeree signifies his consent thereto. Thereto means what? To the terms of the offer. Thereto means what? To the terms of the offer. When the offeree gives his consent to the terms of the offer, it is what? It is acceptance. Now, just like offer had legal rules, can I say acceptance also has legal rules? Yes. So tell me, what is the first one? Acceptance must be unconditional. In fact, tell me one thing. Can I say that if the acceptance is conditional, it is nothing but a what? It is nothing but a counter offer. So acceptance must be what? Unconditional. Unconditional means it should be just as per the terms of the offer. Then just like offer, even acceptance must be communicated. Communicated to whom? To the offeree. Acceptance must be communicated to the, I'm so sorry, to the offerer. Who is making the acceptance? Who is making the acceptance? Who is making the acceptance? Offeree. So it has to be communicated to the offerer. So tell me, when we say silence is not, silence of the offerer cannot be considered as an acceptance, is silence an acceptance? Huh? Okay, I guess everyone remember our what? No hasi to fasi. Correct. And those who have drawn the diagram also, I can see some of the faces like, oh, the big smile. How many of you have done that in this period of time that you're too happy about it? Huh? I hope none. Right. As of now, the focus should be only what? उसमें भी डाउट है आप लोगों को उसमें भी डाउट है आप लोगों को हाँ so acceptance so that means what mere silence is not acceptance please remember no हंसी तो फंसी ना वो पलटी तो मुझको मुझसे प्यार है nothing like that ठीक है if it is it should be only by words let me tell you though act says it can be by what Actions also. Actions are very deceptive. So please, in this case, you have to be extra careful even with the actions. Okay? Chalo. Now, tell me one thing. Is it mandatory that when I make an offer to you, I have to mention that your acceptance should come in this specific mode only? No. And if I don't mention, how will you accept it? In any reasonable mode. But if I have mentioned a specific mode, then if you accept, acceptance must be only in that mode, right? It must be in the mode prescribed. If who will prescribe the mode? Offerer. If nothing is prescribed, it can be in any general mode. But if it is prescribed, it has to be what? Only in the prescribed mode. If it is not in the prescribed mode, what happens? Hmm? It's not a valid acceptance. But tell me, if it is not in the prescribed mode, but the other party accepts it, what then? Then it's a valid acceptance. Then tell me, can I wait for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year to accept the offer? If it is given in the offer, if the offer says accept after 1 year, right, then it is okay. But otherwise, it should be done within what time? It should be within a reasonable time. Now, you would say, what is reasonable? There is no definition. Why? Because it is a question of fact. That means depends upon each and every situation, right? And the last one, can my actions result in the acceptance of an offer? Yes. So, acceptance can be made even by the conduct. So you are the highest bidder at the auction, and the auctioneer does not say anything, but at your bid he simply knocks down the hammer. Can I say his act of knocking down the hammer is an acceptance of your offer, right? So it may be by conduct. Moving on to the next one, communication and revocation. How many of you still confused with this? How many of you still have doubts with this communication and revocation? Still have doubts? Okay. So I don't know why in this PPT I did not add anything about communication of offer. I don't know. So communication of offer. Acha, tell me one thing. If I just say communication of offer, when will it happen? When it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made, right? And if I just say communication of acceptance, only communication of acceptance, when does it take place? When it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. Offer, it is simple. I post done for me, you receive done for you. So if I say communication of offer, when is it for the offerer? And when is it for the offeree? When is it for the offerer? When he posts it. When is it for the offeree? When he receives it. Correct? Then tell me, when is it for the, when does the communication take place for acceptance, for the proposer and for the acceptor? If you remember, I told you it is just the opposite, right? Ulta. Remember that. If you cannot figure out anything, just remember it is ulta. Communication of acceptance. First of all, who will post the acceptance? Who will post the acceptance? Offeree, that is the acceptor. For the proposer, it is when the acceptor posts the letter. For the acceptor, it is when the letter reaches the proposer. In offer, what happens? I post done for me, you receive done for you. In acceptance is just the opposite. For me, when you post it, for you, when I receive it. That is how it is. Okay? Just if you are still not able to figure out in the exam, just remember one thing, acceptance is opposite. Khatam. For me, when you post it, for you, when I receive it. But if I just say communication of offer, or if I just say communication of acceptance, when it reaches the person to whom it is made. Now, communication. Now, rescission. What is revocation or rescission? Cancel. So once I have made an offer or once I have made an acceptance, can I also cancel it? Yes. Yes, I can also cancel it. So first of all, when I want to cancel it, should I also communicate this to the other person? Yes. Because I told you, we don't get a telepathy. Oh my God, samne wala cancel kar raha. We have to inform that person. So communication of revocation, it's simple. if I am revoking it against you, for me when I post it, for you when you receive it. If you are revoking it against me, for you when you post it, for me when I receive it. Simple. The person who is making it, for him when he posts it, the person against whom it is made, for him when he receives it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Now, now tell me, when we talk about, so this time of rescission, very important. Please, not very important as in that's confusing. I'm not saying, please, when I say very important, I'm not saying it is going to come in the exam or anything. So please, so when I say what I meant is it's a little confusing. So please pay a little bit of attention here. When we say time of revocation of offer, tell me one thing. Once the acceptance letter is posted, can I revoke my offer? No. No. Till the offer was single, it is ready to mingle, right? It can be revoked. But the moment it gets the acceptance, it is now committed. Now you're not ready to mingle, right? So tell me, till the time the acceptance letter is not posted, can I revoke my offer? Yes. But once the acceptance letter is posted, can I now revoke my offer? No. So what is the time for revocation of offer? If the revocation letter reaches before the what? Acceptance letter is posted. If the revocation letter reaches before the acceptance letter is posted. When is it for the acceptance? Once I have received your acceptance, a contract is already made. Can you now revoke your acceptance? No. So acceptance can be revoked if the revocation letter reaches before the acceptance letter reaches. So basically, let us say here I post my offer. Here the offer is received. Here the acceptance letter is posted. Okay, acceptance letter is posted, and here the acceptance letter is what? Received. So that means what? That means before this point, offer can be revoked. Correct or not? Before this point, offer can be revoked. And for acceptance before this point, what? Acceptance can be. Are you getting my point? Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Now with this, we are done with unit 1 as in the ICI book or in our material till unit 2. Okay. So before we move forward, if you have any doubt, you ask me. I'll just check if online they have any. Online, if you have any doubts, you can just message. No doubts. Can we move forward? हाँ बोलो. Modes of revocation. Okay. So tell me, till now, whatever cases we have done, in which of these cases an offer is revoked? Cross offer, counter offer, then lapse of time, death or insolvency, notice, what else? Huh? Acceptance not in the prescribed mode, right? Or subsequent illegality. So these are the 7 cases where an offer, actually, if you see revocation or modes of revocation of offer, there is no separate way for that. It is whatever we have studied so far, it is just the summation of all of it. So, in all of the cases where the offer lapses, that is automatically a mode for revocation of offer. So, as I said, cross offer, counter offer, then by notice, death or insolvency of the offerer, then death or insolvency, or what did I miss out? By notice or subsequent illegality, acceptance not in the prescribed mode, or lapse of time. Okay, you have any doubt in any of the points, you can ask me that. Yes. So let's say, can I make an offer, conditional offer? Yes. You don't accept those conditions. So I say, I want to sell you my house, you have to give me a down payment, and you don't give me that down payment. So you have not fulfilled the conditions precedent, right? So that is, precedent means before. Yes. Or let's say I have given a particular mode, you have not accepted it in that mode. If A sells a flat and the offer is general offer, comes to the knowledge that the flat is for sale from the advertisement, but when B tells A he wants to purchase the flat, he revokes it. Ayo, something is something is wrong here. Something is not correct here. Just in rem means what? Right against a particular thing. Just means right, rem means thing, and just in personam means right against a particular person. So when you have a right over a thing, so when goods are sold to you, they are sold to you, it's just in rem. But when you have a right over the other person, like agreement to sell, that is just in personam. Okay. Subsequent illegality means I show you this pen and I say I want to sell this pen to you. And before you could accept it, there is a new law which makes selling of this pen illegal. So even before your acceptance, the offer is now what? Illegal because of subsequent. Subsequent means after the offer is made. Please tell me. Special terms in the contract. So whenever there are some, so basically, this happens when you receive some tickets or some bills. On the face of it, they will write see reverse for condition. And when you and most of the times we never see reverse for conditions. And in some cases, so they are printed in such a manner that even if I take a magnifying glass, I'm pretty sure I'll not be able to see them. So basically, the moment you accept those tickets, irrespective of whether you have read those conditions or not, you are bound by them. Right? But they should be, let's say the conditions are given on the reverse of the ticket and nothing is written on the face of the receipt to bring your attention to the back, then you are not liable. But if it is written see reverse for condition, you don't read it, it's your liability. You are bound by the conditions printed there. Okay? You tell me. A contract, till the contract exists, it doesn't create a jus in rem. Once it's already done, contract is executed, discharged, so contract is no longer there, it's done. Then comes jus in rem. No, it creates you, when a contract is made, you don't, let's say I make a contract to sell this pen to you. And I don't know how many times I've sold this pen today in just the past 1 hour. So I make a contract to sell my pen to you. And you accept it, but I don't sell. Can you come and catch hold of my collar and say that you did not sell me your pen, so I'm going to, no, you cannot. You can sue me. You can sue me, but you cannot catch hold of my collar. So you can sue me. This means what? It is a right over me or a right over the pen persona. But once the sale is already done, it's executed, contract is over, then it is what? Just in rem. So the contract is already done. Okay. Anything else? Counter offer. The same exact. I think this is the first question I made you write the answer on. That is only what it is. Please, you cannot just, maybe your knowledge of English language may be a little more than mine. For me, willing may be that I want to. Willing means what? I want to. Okay? So we will not stick to the dictionary language. We'll just stick to the layman language of it. So when I say I'm willing, it means my intention is to sell. Chalo, can we now anything else? Any other doubt? Yes? No? Can we move forward? Someone is messaging. I'm quid pro quo. I'm quid pro quo. I don't know who it is. No, seriously, someone is messaging in the chat. I'm quid pro quo. So now we'll go to quid pro quo. What is quid pro quo? Something in return, right? Something in return. So is it right to say that before the contract is made, it is just in personam, and after the... No. So there is this question. So is it right to say that before the contract is made, and I want an answer from all of you who are sitting and doing all this, answer me, okay? So someone asked me this question. So is it true? Is it true that before the contract is made, it is just in personam, and after the contract is made, it is just in rem? No. Yes, all the contracts made are till the contract is not made. There is no just in rem or personam. Once the contract is made, then it is what? Just in personam. And then once the contract is performed, it's executed, then comes just in rem. Okay? So rather we will take one step ahead and say that when the contract is made, it is just in personam. Once it's performed, it is just in rem. So what is consideration? What is consideration? Technically known as quid pro quo. That is something in return. It's not everything or anything in return. The meaning of quid pro quo is something in return. And that is the reason we say that there should be a give and take. But there is no rule which says that give and take should be equal. Blue is better or red is better? Red. देखो मतलब nothing you guys can agree to. कुछ भी बोलो, you can never agree to anything. So how many of you remember the definition of consideration? How many of you remember the definition of consideration? It was one wacky definition that we had. Yes, tell me. Bolo. Okay. You remember. Or will do or? So I want, okay, you remember, I take it. I want everyone to recall it. What was it? When at the desire of the promiser, the promisee or any other person, what? Had done or abstained from doing, does or abstains from doing, or will do or abstain from doing. Then each or acts or abstinence form consideration for each other. And as I told you, from the definition itself, we get all the characteristics or essentials. What was the first one? Consideration must move at the desire of the promiser. I am doing the work for you. Okay, but you never asked me to do the work. Can I sue you for consideration? No. I am doing the work for you, but you never asked me to do the work. Can I sue you for consideration? No. Consideration must move at the desire of the promiser. That means only when the promiser has asked me to do the work, then he is liable to pay me what? Consideration. But what is the next rule? Consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. That means instead of the promisee, if someone else also gives the consideration, it's absolutely valid. The point is, consideration should be present. Who gives it is immaterial. And from this only we get the next, this thing also, the statement that there can be a stranger to consideration, but not a stranger to a contract. That is, third party cannot sue, but third party can give consideration. Then after that, consideration may be past, present or future. Present is what? Something which is going on. Future is what? Which will be done. What is past? Has been done. What is it? Previous request and subsequent promise. First I ask you to do the work, and after the work is done, I promise to compensate. First I ask you to do the work, and after the work is done, I promise to compensate. Then tell me, consideration may be what? Executed or acha past consideration. Unless that promise, okay, if there is a request to do the work but I don't make any promise afterwards, am I liable to pay anything? No, no. Liability to pay comes only when there is a subsequent promise. Let's say, I what example I gave you for this? What example I gave you for this? Huh? The examination form, correct? Examination form, you ask your friend to fill it up for you, right? And you wanted to gift him a silk, which I wanted a silk, but you took it as something else only. That's a different story altogether. So now, if you don't promise to give him that silk, can he come and sue you for something? No. But only when you promise to give him, then you are liable to give. Then tell me, can I say consideration may be executed or executory? Yes. What is executed? An act already done. What is executory? An act yet to be done. That is mutual exchange of promises. Then again, consideration must be present. However, there is no rule saying that consideration must be equal. That is, give and take should be there, but there is no point or no question or no condition that it should be equal. Again, tell me, if a person is already receiving a legal fee for a particular work, I say I will do the revision classes for you all, but you have to pay me extra for that. Is it valid? No, no, it's not valid. So consideration must be something which a promiser is not already bound to do. And what was the last point here? There was one more point here. Must not be unlawful, illegal, or against public policy. Must not be unlawful, illegal, or against public policy. So, what was the next thing here? Privity of contract. Can a third party enforce the contract? No. X and Y have made a contract. Can X sue Y? Can Y sue X? Yes. Can Z sue X and Y? Who are you? Correct. Who are you? Why will you sue? So, privity of contract. What does it say? Only the parties can sue and be sued. Can you get a question on third party cannot sue? Explain the cases where a third party can sue. Yes. This was asked in the previous term only, in fact. Can you get a question like what are the rules of offer? Yes. Can you get a question like what are the rules of acceptance? Yes. So you can, these questions are for direct questions. Okay. Tell me, लॉ में क्या होता है? The general rule is third party cannot sue. लेकिन लॉ में क्या होता है? लोचा. So there are 6 cases where a third party can sue. Here you can see 5. There is one more which is not given here. If you are a beneficiary of a trust agreement, can you enforce the contract? Yes. If you are a beneficiary of a family or a marriage settlement, can you enforce the contract? Yes. If the rights of a contract are assigned to you, can you enforce the contract? Yes. If a third party acknowledges his liability to you, even though there is no contract between you and the third party, can you sue the third party? Yes. In case of covenants running with the land, if a purchaser purchases a land which is subject to some what terms which he is aware of, is he bound by those terms? Yes. In case of contracts entered by the agent, can the principal enforce the contract? Yes. Tell me, without consideration, can there be a contract? No. Consideration is in fact one of the essentials. In fact, if consideration is missing, the contract is what? The contract is void. If consideration is missing, the contract is what? The contract is void. लेकिन law में क्या होता है? लोचा. So can there be a contract even without consideration? Yes. Acha, tell me one thing. Can you get this question also as a direct question in the exam? Yes. So what are the cases where a contract without consideration is valid? The first is natural love and affection. When out of love and affection, parties stand in a near relation, enter into a contract and get it what? Written and registered. Is it a valid contract? Yes. So remember, your dad saying if you clear your exams in the first attempt, I'll give you 5 lakh rupees. If it was written and registered, can you sue your dad? Look at you guys. मतलब अभी तक भी ये समझ में नहीं आया है आज भी. Yes. I just hope your parents do not land up on this video by any chance. Pata nahi, seriously. Compensation for past voluntary service. And as I told you, from the name itself, we get all the conditions. What? The services were rendered voluntarily. The services have already been rendered. And the promiser, what? Promises to compensate. Is it a valid contract? Yes. So, someone was drowning, you save that person, and he says, I'll give you 100 rupees. Though I know you want to throw him back, that's a different story altogether. But can you sue him for that 100 rupees? Yes. Now, most of you would be thinking, who will sue for 100 rupees? That's not the question. The question is, can you? Yes. Then the next one, time barred debt. What is a time barred debt? It is irrecoverable by law. Why? Because the time has lapsed within which this debt could be enforced. But if you give a written promise to pay a time barred debt, is it a valid contract? Yes, it is a valid contract. The next one, agency. Obviously, if I hire an agent to do the work for me, he is not going to do it free of cost. Right? If I hire an agent to do a work for me, would he do it free of cost? No, he's going to charge me for that. He's going to charge me for that, right? Yes or no? But even if I don't pay any consideration to the agent, is it valid? Yes. So consideration may or may not be present in case of agency. Then the next one, completed gifts. Obviously, it's a gift, so there is no quid pro quo here. But if I just promise to gift, it's not enforceable. But if I have given the gift, then it's a valid contract. The next one, charities and donations. Again, it's a charity. There can never be a quid pro quo. But if you just promise to give charity, not enforceable. But on the basis of your promise, if the person has incurred any liability, can he enforce the contract? Yes. Then the next one, the last one, bailment. Consideration may or may not be present. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. With this, we are done with this unit. Any doubt you have, ask me before we move forward. Is bidding a general offer? There is a question. Is bidding a general offer? A bidding at an auction. Tell me. Bol. So if it relates to marriage, it is marriage settlement. If it relates to family disputes, not just about husband and wife, it's about the family. As in? Huh? That is marriage. So there's a very thin line of difference. Even in this, yes, need not credit. They will generally see it's a very thin line of difference. If it relates to marriage, it is written as family, but it is basically about that. No, I will give your son that money. That is marriage. Okay, that's not family. You had a doubt, yes. Bailment. You want me to explain bailment? Okay. So, what exactly is bailment? Let's say you have to send some dresses to some person. You have to send some goods, let's say, to a person who is residing in Mumbai. So you hire a carrier and you tell him, please go and give these goods to that person in Mumbai. Okay? This is what? Contract of bailment. You miss the classes. You don't have the notes. You ask your friend to lend his notes to you. This is what? Contract of bailment. Your bike is not working. You give it to the mechanic for repairing. This is what? Contract of bailment, right? Again, let's say you go to the restaurant for food. They have valet parking. You give your car for parking. This is what? Bailment. Now, see, in these four cases, if you are asking the mechanic to repair and he's keeping the bike, he's repairing the bike, he's not going to do it free of cost. If you ask the carrier to deliver the goods to that person in Mumbai, he's not going to do it free of cost. But when you lend your book from your friend, or when you when you keep your car for valet parking at the restaurant, they are not going to charge you any money. So all of these four are contracts of bailment. In the two cases, money is there, whereas in two cases, money is not there. So consideration may or may not be present. Bailment is basically I transfer the possession of my goods to another person for a specific purpose. Anything else? हाँ बोलो. Assignment is transfer of rights. Acknowledgement of liability is about liability. So rights and liabilities, that's the difference. A has to pay money to B. A has to pay money to B, a sum of rupees 10,000. B says, don't pay it to me, pay it to C. He asks A to pay C. I think this example we had discussed many a time. So this is what? B is supposed to receive the money. He's saying, I will not pay you, don't pay it to me, pay it to C. This is what? This is assignment of right. Now let's say A has to deliver goods to B. A says, I will not deliver. S will deliver. He asks S to deliver. Right? This is what? Transfer of liability. Now, can B directly go and sue S? No. Only when S will call up B or acknowledge with B that I am liable to deliver your goods, only then he can sue. Right? So this is her. No, the moment B says I will not pay, C will pay, C automatically gets. This is right and this is liability. That's the basic difference. In case of assignment of liability is valid only when all the parties agree to it. So only when they agree, then assignment of liability is valid. So this is the difference. One is right and one is liability. Okay? Anything else? No? Can I move forward? Yes. Can you get a question on minors agreement? Yes. You have also seen the case studies about minors agreement are a little tricky also. In the class, we had discussed a few case studies also, right? Yes. So I had asked you about this. Is auction a general offer? There was a question. Someone has already answered, but I'll not go into their answer. Huh? Tell me. It's an invitation to offer. Correct. It is not an offer. It's an invitation to offer. Now, when you make an offer, you are making the offer, and the person who bids the highest is the person whose offer is accepted. What is considered as cross offer? I don't know. Can it be considered? For what are you asking? Can it be considered cross offer? Chalo. Now moving on to minors agreement. Minors agreement. Pehla to they have given you like literally 15 points. To top it, if you look at the questions of minors agreement, honestly, the questions are a little what? Tricky. The questions are a little tricky. So we don't know sometimes which points to apply. So moving on to this one, I'll just that point when a minor can always plead minority. Honestly speaking, that is the point which gives us the confusion. So we'll just go to that point. We'll discuss it how to understand. So agreement with the first of all, agreement with the minor is what? Void. A minor, whenever I make a contract with a minor, the agreement is what? The agreement is void. However, minor can be a beneficiary. Already tired, huh? Have water. Keep sipping water. Yes, I have already always told you the importance of sipping water, right? Yes, already, I can see your faces. It's like, so, but can a minor be a beneficiary? Yes. An agreement with a minor is void, but a minor can always be a beneficiary. That means if I sum up these 2 points, what I can actually say is a minor cannot what? Be sued, but a minor can sue. A minor cannot be sued, but a minor can sue. Then the next one is a minor can always plead minority. What this point says is if a minor has fraudulently entered into a contract and the contract is cancelled, then he can prove the fact that he is a minor. And if he proves the fact that he is a minor, what happens? The contract is discharged. Why? Because a contract with a minor is void. But you know what? Here, one thing, ma'am, in other points also, how will I know? whether I'm going to write about plead minority, always remember whenever they say the contract was cancelled, or the minor wants to sue the other person, or the other person wants to sue the minor, whenever these two situations arise, then we will talk about a minor can always what? Plead minority. So this is the case where this point will apply. But if the intention of the minor is to cheat, even if he proves his minority, he will have to what? He will have to compensate, right? He will have to compensate. Can a minor's act be ratified? A minor's act cannot be ratified. I mean, when the contract was made, he was a minor, and when he was a minor, it was void ab initio. So if it is void ab initio, a contract which is void ab initio can never be ratified. Can he make fresh contracts? Obviously. But can he ratify the old contracts? No. Then what was the next one? Any contracts entered by the guardian of a minor, is it valid? Yes. If it is beneficial for the minor, it is valid, otherwise not. When we talk about guardians, if the guardian is appointed by the court, right? If the guardian was appointed by the court and he contracts, now please understand, if the sanction of the court is given for any contract, obviously every contract is what? Valid. Every contract is valid. Now tell me, can, if someone supplies necessaries to a minor, what will be the liability? Huh? Minor has no personal liability, but what will be the liability? Obviously, someone has to pay, no? The liability will be against his property. When I say he will not be personally liable, that means what? We cannot ask him that when you grow up, earn, and then you have to repay me. While I supply him necessaries, if he has property, I will get from his property. Otherwise, I will not get anything at all. Then the next one, tell me, can a minor be a partner? No. No. However, under section 30 of the partnership, okay, the first half an hour as you were answering, I want you to answer now. Chalo, all of you. So, can he be a partner of a firm? No. No. But under section 30 of the Partnership Act, what? He can be a beneficiary. Now tell me, can a minor be a member of a company? No. Company can never allot him shares, but he can be a member. How? How? By way of transfer or transmission. He can be a member by way of transfer or transmission. Then next, bolo. Huh? Only if the shares are fully paid up. Can a minor be a joint promisor? Yes. Except him, all others will be liable. Does the rule of estoppel apply on a minor? Yes. No. Does the rule of estoppel apply on a minor? No. Are you sure? Pakka? Because he can always go back on his words. So the rule of estoppel does not apply on a minor. What about tort? Is a minor liable for tort? Yes, except for breach of contract. So for breach of contract, he is not liable, but otherwise he is liable for tort. Then what is the next point? Tell me. Huh? What? Can a minor be declared insolvent? अरे भाई liability नहीं है, what insolvent, right? What else? Tell me, if a contract is made by a minor, is the parent of a minor liable? Is the parent of a minor liable? Huh? No. Sure. Only if they have given authority for any work, then the parents are liable. Otherwise, the parent is not liable. In case a contract of guarantee, okay, a surety is given on behalf of the minor, what will happen in that case? The surety is personally liable. The next one, flaws in consent. Acha, anyone, any doubt in minor's agreement? Yes, please tell me. A minor, can he be an agent? Can he be an agent? Yes. See, the whole point is, when we talk about principal and agent, the principal is liable for the acts of the agent. We cannot hold the minor liable, but minor can make others liable. So he cannot be a principal, but he can be an agent. If he is a principal, what happens then? Agent is personally liable. Chalo, anything else in this? Yes. Which beneficiary part? He will get the profits of the partnership. The term beneficiary means he will get the profits of the partnership. I'm not getting you, sorry. He will have to return the property back. It will be returned. Yeah, you cannot, we cannot sue him, but he can sue us. So if the major goes to the court, he cannot even sue the minor. You already know he's a minor. Why did you contract with him? Then it is pleads minority. Minor pleads minority. Then if he proves his minority without an intention to cheat, he will not be liable for anything. Okay. Okay, so anything else? No? Can I move forward to the flaws in consent part? Yes. Okay. When is the consent not free? When is the consent not free? When it is induced by what? Coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, mistake. In fact, under the Indian Contract Act, the whole Indian Contract Act, only 3 cases contract is voidable. Only 2 cases contract is void contract. Rest all it is what? Void ab initio. So this is the first case where the contract is what? Voidable. What are the cases? Coercion, undue influence, fraud, and misrepresentation. What is coercion? What is coercion? Threatening to commit a crime or unlawful detaining of the property of another. Should I give you 2 minutes break? You want to go? Go washroom and all you want to go. Nature's call. Yes.
The traffic police catches the minor driving the minor, and minor will be held liable.
A minor is liable for tort. वैसे it's a criminal wrong basically. Yes, he will be liable. Oh, so parents are liable. Liability आएगा.
But he can plead minority.
No, then even if he pleads as minority, no, they will say who asked you to drive them. You know you're not allowed to drive. Who asked you to drive, है ना? Okay, this was just for 2 minutes. This was just for 2 minutes. बाकी लोग कहाँ हैं? बाकी लोग कहाँ हैं? लोग कोई ले मैराथन नहीं अटेंड क्यों? वो तो है. हाँ, आप मॉक टेस्ट और लिखा आप लोगों ने कितना स्कोर किया? सबमिट क्यों नहीं किया? लिख के भी सबमिट नहीं किया. मार्क्स तो पता चलता ना. यू वुड नो वेयर. बट यू विल नो आपका मार्क्स कितना आ रहा है. दैट तो आपको तभी पता चलेगा जब आप सबमिट करेंगे. Okay, 2 minutes. Back. Chalo. Shove that board. Shove that. So let's start with flaws in consent. So tell me, coercion and as I said, and today, whatever in the 2 days we do revisions, the next 2 days go home, revise everything, अच्छे से, so that you are done. So that now only just before the exam you will, just have to take it out. Okay? Shh. Let's settle down, all of you, quickly. So as I said, this is the first case where the contract is what? Where the contract is voidable. So starting with coercion. So when we say coercion, what is coercion? Threatening to commit a crime or unlawful detaining of the property of another, or the unlawful detaining of the property of another. Detain means you keep the property. Unlawful means which is not rightful. Can we say the force is a physical and threatening to commit a crime? You all remember Munna Bhai and your bike and what? The pistol, correct? Yes. So the force is what? Physical. It is what? It's a physical force and can be by or on a third party. Then the next one, undue influence. What is undue influence? First of all, the parties are in a what? Relationship. There is what? There is a relationship. Obviously, when there is a relationship, there is what? Dominating position. Tell me, when do we have the dominating position? When can we say that there is a dominating position? When there is a real or apparent relationship, or when there is a kya? Fiduciary relationship, or when the terms are what? Unreasonable, or there is a mental distress. In all of these cases, we can say that there is a what? Dominating position. So there is parties stand in a relationship and there is a dominating position, and the party uses this dominating position to contract, and the terms of the contract are what? Unreasonable. So when two parties stand in a relation and one party having a dominating position forces the other to make a contract, what kind of a force is it? It's a mental or a moral force and can be only on the parties. So here we can have a third party, but this can be only on the party. So can you tell me the difference between coercion and undue influence? Can you tell me the difference between coercion and undue influence? Coercion is what? Physical or physical force, whereas undue influence is what? Mental or moral force. Then, huh? Coercion is threatening to commit a crime, whereas undue influence there is no crime. Then, coercion may or may not have a third party, but undue influence is always on the parties. Anything else? Relationship. In coercion there may not be a relationship, but in what? Undue influence there is always a relationship. Okay? Fraud. Can you get a question like what is undue influence? What are the cases where you have a dominating position? Yes. Can you get a question like what is fraud? Is silence a fraud? Yes. So you have to write everything about fraud. So tell me, what is fraud? We have actually the definition of fraud is given under 5 heads, correct? What is the 5 heads? Huh? What are the 5 heads? The first one. What are the 5 heads? All of you. You have the book in front of you. Suggestion of the fact which one believes to be true but makes the other person believe it to be false. Then active concealment of fact. Then contract made without an intention to perform. Then any act fitted to deceive. And the 5th one, any act which is declared fraudulent by law. Tell me what are the characteristics of fraud? Must what? It must relate to a material fact, must induce the other party to contract, must be made with a motive to deceive the other person. Always remember, fraud is always done what? Intentionally. So the motive of fraud is always what? An intention to what? To deceive. Correct? Now tell me, silence is fraud? No, silence is not fraud. But there are two cases where silence is considered as fraud. What are the two cases? The first one, when it is the duty of the person keeping silent to speak. So we have a few specific heads here. What are the heads here? Huh? In case of a family agreement, or in case of a fiduciary relationship, in case of what? Marriage, in case of issue of prospectus by a company, and what? In case of insurance contracts. In all of these cases, it is the duty of the person keeping silent to speak. Then the next one, where silence equals to speech. When silence equals to speech, silence is what? Silence is fraud. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. What is misrepresentation? It's just the opposite of fraud. Actually, when we say misrepresentation, misrepresentation may be what? Intentional or unintentional. If it is intentional, it is what? Fraud. If it is unintentional, it is plain misrepresentation. In fraud also, I make a wrong statement. In misrepresentation also, I make a wrong statement. What is the basic difference? The difference is, in fraud, I am doing it intentionally, whereas in misrepresentation, it is without an intention to deceive. Right? So when you know this color is what? Red, but still you say it is black. This is what? Fraud. Right? But when you think this is black and so you say this is black, this is what? Misrepresentation. Clear? Now, moving on to the next. So, what is misrepresentation? We have three definitions for this, three heads of definition. Assertion of the fact which is not true, though the person believes it to be true. Breach of duty without an intention to deceive. But obviously, when I make a wrong statement, I gain advantage over the other person. So, gains an advantage over the other person, or causing innocently a party to make a mistake. Just because I've used the word, the definition uses the word mistake here, it is not mistake. We are talking about mistake in misrepresentation. This is not mistake of fact, mistake of law. Okay? So this is what? This is misrepresentation. In these four cases, the contract is what? Voidable. Please, this does not go into what? This does not go for mistake. Mistake is not voidable. What is the difference between fraud and misrepresentation? What is the difference between fraud and misrepresentation? Fraud is with an intention to deceive, whereas misrepresentation is without an intention to deceive. So when I say this is intention to deceive, this is what? Intentional. Whereas misrepresentation is what? It is unintentional. Then in fraud, because it is with an intention to deceive, I can also claim the damage. But in misrepresentation, I cannot claim the damages. Next. Next is what? Mistake. What is mistake? What is mistake? The results of, by the way, what happens in case of coercion, undue influence, fraud or misrepresentation? This guy here, he will tell me. Yes, you tell me. Who is the aggrieved party, by the way? True, correct. Okay, thank you. What's your name? Abhinav. Arnav. Thank you, Arnav. So, Arnav से ना मुझे वो इंसान याद आ गया. Yeah. So, the contract, the first thing is what? The contract is what? The contract is voidable. Contract is what? Voidable. So the first consequence is the contract is voidable at the option of the aggrieved party. Who is the aggrieved party? Whose consent was taken by coercion, undue influence, fraud, or misrepresentation, right? At the option of that party, he may decide either to carry the contract or to cancel the contract. Now tell me, if one party uses fraud, but the other party could have actually, if he would have used his diligence, would have come to know the fact, the contract is valid or the contract is voidable. See, I am trying to use fraud, but if you would have used your diligence, you would have come to know the fact. That means, can I say the negligence is also from your end? Yes, the contract is what? Valid. You have seen questions from this topics, and though this topic questions were a little what? They confused you also. So please be careful. Please, I mean, there is always this one keyword which gives you the answer to everything. Once you get it, you are not wrong. You get the answer. So if I have used fraud or misrepresentation, but if you would have used your diligence, you would have come to know the facts. So here we cannot say it's just entirely fraud. The contract is what? Valid. Ajay, tell me, I am just trying to defraud you. Is it mandatory for fraud that it should influence you also? Yes or no? I repeat again, I'm just trying to make a fraudulent statement or something. Just me making a fraudulent statement makes it fraud, or should it induce you also to contract? It should induce you also to contract. Only then it is considered as what? Only then it is considered as fraud. So, one party uses fraud or misrepresentation, but the other party is not misled by it. What will happen to the contract? What will happen to the contract? The contract is valid. Was not in fact misled by it. The contract is what? Valid. Is it clear to everyone? So moving on to mistake. When we say mistake, mistake can be mistake of fact. What do I mean by fact? Fact means the essential facts of the contract. Means what? The purpose for which the contract is made. Tell me, it can be what? Bilateral or unilateral. What is bilateral? Mistake of kya? Both the parties. Mistake of both the parties. What type of mistake can I have? It can be about the what? Existence. It can be about the what? Quantity, about the quality, about the, can it be a mistake of price? Yes. But in this case, the contract is what? Valid. But in all the other cases, it is what? Void. Right? In all the other cases, it is what? Void. But if it is a unilateral mistake, the contract is absolutely valid. Ajay, can you identify the difference between fraud, misrepresentation, bilateral mistake, unilateral mistake? Yes, I'd given you same example, 4 situations, right? So if I say I have a land which is 7 hectares, but I tell you my land is 10 hectares, this is what? I have a land which is 7 hectares, but I tell you my land is 10 hectares. This is what? This is fraud. I have a land which I believe is 10 hectares, but it's actually 7 hectares. It is what? Misrepresentation. I have a land which I want to sell it to you. It is 7 hectares, but we both believe it is 10 hectares. This is what? Bilateral mistake. I have a land which is 7 hectares, which I want to sell it to you. You believe it's 10 hectares. This is what? Unilateral mistake. And in case of unilateral means what? One mistake of one. The contract is what? Valid. Law. For everything, I've told you, for everything we have a law. For everything that you do, there is a law. If it is a mistake of Indian law, you have no remedies. Can you say, oh, I did not know the law. Leave me this time. Next time I will take care. What? There is no next time. We are not waiting for the next time to happen. The contract is what? Valid. But tell me, when we say foreign law, no, it is basically on Indian soil. You make a contract based on foreign law. Please, it's not a law in our country. Can you say Dubai ka law? So when I give examples, ma'am, in Dubai this happens, in UK this happens. Arey, mujhe kya matlab? We are on Indian soil. We are studying only the Indian law. So foreign law pe agar if you base a contract and make a contract, what will happen then? If you don't know, it is nothing but it's not a law. It is what? Fact. Mistake of fact, contract is void. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. With this, we are done with this topic. Anything you want me to explain? Any doubt? You want me to explain a little more in details these topics or anything? No? This fine? Huh? Any doubts? No doubts? Yes. Only if my question says you had means to find, then it is. Otherwise, it will apply for every situation in that case. So only when my question says you had means, or question will not directly say you had means, obviously, it will be hidden. You have to find out that. So only if the question is saying, then it is means. Otherwise, it's not. Anything else? Yes, please tell me. आप बताओ क्या होगा? होगा? Is partnership by estoppel or holding out a fraud? Good question. Tell me, is partnership by estoppel or holding out also fraud? Huh? Means? कौन पूछा? Means? Who was that? Huh? May or may not be. How may or may not be, Kush? How can it be a misrepresentation by the partner of the firm? No, huh? Hey Hema, you messaged me no for the material. You lost your material. How do you lose your material? Huh? Okay, first let's talk. Shouldn't you listen to their answers? You might get a point. मैम point लाना ही नहीं है तो किस लिए listen है ना? हाँ बोलो खुश. What are you saying? How can it be misrepresentation on the part of? How is it that a partner will not know that he's my partner or not? Huh? तो ये fraud हुआ या नहीं हुआ? नहीं हुआ? It's not to deceive the other party. You know he is not your partner. Still you are saying that he is my partner. क्या हुआ? The statement, the assertion of the facts which one believes to be true but makes the वही तो हुआ ना? हाँ. If any situation happens where it is made, a statement is made unknowingly, then it's a different thing. Otherwise, most of the cases, yes, it is. And even if you are making to make a contract, you are making a wrong statement. That means what? It's fraud or not? To make a contract, you are making a wrong statement. That is what fraud is, no? Right? In most of the cases, yes. If they give you a situation where unknowingly a wrong statement was made, then obviously, depending on that situation, that would be the case. Otherwise, yes. Okay, anyone else? Any other doubt? No? No doubt, so I'll only ask you questions then. है ना? हाँ हाँ बोलिए ना. Okay. I forgot your name, but I remember your face and what all ruckus you did in my evening batch. I remember all that. Okay. So thank you for enlightening the class. It was going a little too heavy. You know this Red Bull wala case. It gives you wings, and then someone tried to fly, and obviously he fell flat on his face. And then they started writing wings. You know, actually, our laws are not very stringent on marketing, and that is why they allow you to market such things, right? It is just a marketing gimmick. In fact, X का जो वो डियो था ना, that chocolate वाला, I mean, oh my god, seriously, like, so all these are just advertisement gimmicks. And when you file a case, it is done intentionally. Bonvita, I mean, it's what? It's sugar, nothing else. I think I will not answer that also. Right, I will not answer that. You know, you have a lot of requirements before you can actually test and trials before you can actually launch a product. Correct or not? In India, advertisement laws are quite, relaxed, and they allow you to advertise in any way you want. So we have all those, Red Bull gives you wings.
Ma'am, that person also. They have party tax, girls will come here.
What's your name? What's your name? What is your name? I forgot his name. What is his name? Ah, Purna Chandra. Purna Chandra, how many times did you try that? How many times did you try that? He used to come to foundation class using that pocket wala perfume only, है ना? Nothing happened. Still single and ready to mingle after 6 months also, huh? है ना? So all these, yes. So we have experience example. All of them here only. He's the live example that nothing happened only. Did you file a case against them or not? Should have done that. You want to know? So anyway, anything else? So actually, can we say these statements are actually fraud only? But as I said, our laws are not very strict on advertisements, and also they allow you to use such words. Everything, every advertisement. So actually, see, we have to give that. Okay? If we don't give that, what will happen? We will represent you as a partner. You're not a partner, and you will still get away with it. अब आप बोलोगे illegal is not even a contract, then why have they defined it under contract? So I need to define it, because if I don't put a definition to it, then what will happen? I will represent you as my partner, and we all will get away with it. So that punishment, so that is why it is given there. Okay? Chale. So yeah, it is, and that is why uska unlimited liability. Why do we say? Because of that only. Okay, so tell me, all of you, any other doubt? Nahi? Huh? The perfume thing I already told him. Na, how I cannot teach you how to find girls. I can only teach you how to study law and write law. Right? So moving on to the next one. It happened quite, I mean, we are almost nearing the end of essentials. Too fast it went. You all understood? Any doubt? No? Huh? Chalo, the next one, unlawful object. What do I mean by object? Object means what? The purpose of the contract. Correct or not? The purpose of the contract. This purpose must be what? Lawful. This purpose must be what? Lawful. If it is unlawful, the contract is what? Void. When is it considered as unlawful? Okay, we have had enough discussions about all our failed attempts at getting whatever. So come back here. If it defeats the law, in any form, if you go against the law. So I told you, defeat here doesn't mean a war and it's a defeat, a sword fight, nothing. You go against it. Okay? You go against the law, whether it is the rules of law, whether it is the provisions of law, you go against any of it. It is what? It is unlawful. If it is fraudulent. So fraudulent, basically we had discussed examples here where the agent acts outside his what? Agent acts outside his authority. So whatever authority is given, the agent acts outside that authority, and even the other party is aware of it. So when both of them are aware of it, it becomes what? It becomes fraudulent. The next one, if an agreement causes injury to a person or to his property, right? So you remember, for that 100 rupees, what? Lend me 100 rupees. For this 100 rupees, I will work for you for 5 years, 3 years. And if I don't, you give you 100% rate of interest every day. Obviously, this is what? This is what? This is injury to a person or his property. Then immoral. So we live in a society. So there are some laws which are against the society. So, we have these laws for the betterment of the society. But I also told you, with time, we have evolved so much that so many things which were considered as immoral 10 years back are absolutely moral today. And the last one, if you are doing anything which is against the public policy, that is against the interest of the public. And we have a long list of 10 items which fall under against public policy. How many of you actually hate this topic of the entire Indian Contract Act? He raised his hands even before I asked the complete question. How many of you? Let me see. Why? Give me one good reason why. It's not confusing. Too much it is, yeah. Too much it is, I understand. Not confusing. Not confusing, but I find many people, this topic, I don't like it. How many of you hate the entire Indian Contract Act? Get lost. What are you doing here then? What are you doing here? Which is your, by the way, which is your favorite chapter of all the 5 acts? है क्या उसमें? Chiller chapter it is. Nothing is there in that. That is why it is your favorite. Okay, how many of you love Sale of Goods Act? Sale of Goods Act. Okay. How many of you love Companies Act? How many of you hate Companies Act? Huh? Only the types of companies. How many of you hate ultra wires and it's chiller? It's super easy. Why you guys hate? I don't know. Okay, so let's start with against public policy. How many of you love the entire law? Good, good. I'm seeing good faces. This is how my questions on how many of you hate this chapter was a very wrong question. We have to study. We should love everything about it, right? Yes. So since day one, I've been trying to tell you that only. Anyway, what was the first one? The first six points that we will do is also illegal. The last 4 is only void. Okay? So first one, trading with enemy. If my country is at war with another country, then the inhabitant of that other country, the citizen of that other country becomes my alien enemy. And during war, can I make a contract with him? No. The next one is what? Stifling prosecution. Now see, there are 2 types of offenses: compoundable and not compoundable. Compoundable offenses are not mandatorily punishable by imprisonment. And for these offenses, if I settle with a fine, is it valid? Yes, it is absolutely valid. But there are certain offenses which are not compoundable where imprisonment is mandatory. If for these offenses I settle with a fine, is it valid? No. Then it is what? Then it is stifling prosecution and hence it is void. So if it is a not compoundable offense and we settle with a fine, then it is what? Stifling prosecution and hence it is void. What was the next one? Champerty and maintenance. In both champerty and maintenance, one party is helping the other party to sue a third party, right? To sue a third party. Now, whenever a case is filed against another person, and if we win the case, there will be a result out of that case which we will get. If I share it with the other person, it is what? Champerty. And if I do not share it with the other person, it is what? Maintenance. So what is champerty? One party helps the other party to sue a third party and shares the resultant interest. Whereas what is what is maintenance? Where one party helps another to file a litigation and do not share the resultant interest. But here they have given 2 things. If it is in good faith, it is valid. But if it is not in good faith, that is, if it is in bad faith, if it is not in good faith, if it is in bad faith, it is what? It is void. Clear, everyone? Yes. Then what was the after this? The next one, interest against what? No, interference with the course of justice. I'm going in the same order as we have written in the notes so that it's little easy for us to follow. Interference with the course of justice. Remember, Munna Bhai got a promotion. What? From threatening people, he started killing people. Someone saw him killing, and he says, I will give you what? Mithai ka dabba, or you will get a pistol, right? And you preferred what? The mithai ka dabba. You understand mithai ka dabba, right? So, can we say you have interfered here from the court taking a right decision or judgment? Yes, this is what? Interference with the course of justice. So, basically, it is bribing for what? You are tampering with the evidences or the witnesses of a case, right? What was the next one? Sale of public offices. You are giving money to acquire a public post or a public title, Padma Bhushan award, or a job in the income tax department, or you are traveling, you are riding without the helmet, officer, sir, keep money. This is what? Sale of public offices, right? Then do you bribe only for a public post or title? No. You want a favor from another person. Favors don't come free of cost. You have to pay something to that other person. So when to get a favor, you pay some money to the other person. It is what? Interest against obligation, right? After this, till this point, it was what? It was also illegal. From here onwards, whatever we do, it is only void. What are the last four? What are the last four? Huh? The next one. Marriage brokerage contract. I will give you money. Please find a husband. No, I mean, not me. Please find a husband for this person. He will give you money. Okay? Or please find a wife for this person. Give you money. I mean, itne bure din bhi nahi aaye that I have to, give money to find. Anyway, I will find on my own. I mean, for you, I'm saying, not for me. So, this is what? Marriage brokerage contract. Then, the next one, the next three is restraint. Restraint means what? To stop. The first one is what? Agreement in restraint of marriage. Someone is getting married. You say, I will pay you money, don't get married. This is what? Agreement in restraint of marriage. That is stopping a person from getting married. Agreement in restraint of trade. Every person has a right to carry a lawful trade. Can you stop a person from carrying a trade? No. Why am I stopping, ma'am? Just like that. You don't want him to do the work, or you want to create a monopoly. Is it valid? No. No. So any agreement which stops a person from carrying a lawful trade is what? Against public policy, and hence it is void. In fact, Competition Act also says any agreement which is anti what? Competition, and which is what? Anti-competition. It is against public policy, and hence it is void. But in this also, if the restraint is reasonable, it is valid. What was the next one? Agreement in restraint of legal proceedings. What is in restraint of legal proceedings? You stop a person from going to the court to enforce the contract. But tell me one thing, if the parties decide to go to one particular court and not to the others, is that valid? Yes, that is considered as absolutely valid. So these are the 10 points in this agreements against public policy. Anything should I explain again? Anything that you want me to explain again? Here are some points are missing. I'll just do it. Champerty and maintenance, I tell you, let's file a case against her and we'll get her property and share it equally. So first of all, we both are helping to file a suit against the third party. What will be the result? The land. We will share it equally. This is what? Champerty. Okay? I tell you, I will give you money if you go and sue her. Why I want you to sue? For no reason. Just I want to have fun out of it. So is there any justified reason? No. Am I sharing the result of the case? No. Whatever case you file against her, whatever you will get, will you give me that share? No. You will only enjoy. I'm just giving you money for filing a case. This is what? Maintenance. Right? Because both are not in good faith. First case, we will prove that is her property was not actually ours, but we will prove that it is ours. So unjustified. So this is what? Void. And in the second case, I will give you money if you sue her. Is there any justified reason to sue her? No. So this is also what? Void. But let's say you have given money to her, she was not repaying, and so I tell you I'll help you to sue her to get the money. Once you get the money, give me a bit of it. This is what? This is legal. This is champerty. This is valid. Okay. Anything else? Any other doubt in this? No? Here, one point is missing. Tell me what point is missing here. Huh? Break is missing. I just gave you a break. Huh? स्टमक में चूहा दौड़ रहा है, उसको थोड़ा और दौड़ने दो. Let it run even more. हाँ? क्या लगेगा? My God, his Hindi though even I will not understand. No, when do you want a lunch break? 1:30, 12:30. Nothing you guys can agree on. Huh? It's only 12. Agreement. Now, if you will talk so much about food, even I'll start feeling hungry. So, yeah. So, this topic is not given here. Agreement expressly declared void. Okay. This is what? Void ab initio. Correct? Tell me. What are the three agreements which are till now, whatever we have done? Can you tell me what is expressly declared void? Agreement without consideration, then agreement with the minor, then huh? Meaning is uncertain. नहीं, अभी तक जो किया, not the next ones. Consideration is missing. What else? Restraint of trade. Okay, unlawful object, bilateral mistake, mistake of foreign law, and where the capacity is missing. Right? Till now, whatever we have done, this is all void ab initio. आगे बताओ. The first one, after this, not given under any cases but is considered as absolutely void. What are the three? The first one, the meaning is uncertain. I tell you, I will sell you 100 liters of oil. You agree. Even if you agree, which oil we are talking about, the meaning is what? Uncertain. And when the meaning is uncertain, even if the other party agrees, it is what? Not valid. But tell me, I tell you, I will sell you 100 liters of oil and you deal only in olive oil. Is valid or not valid? Then it is valid. Now tell me, if my contract has two parts, one legal and other illegal, what now? What now? How can I say legal part is valid? If it is separable, legal is valid, illegal is void. If it is not separable, it's completely void. Then next, wager. What is wager? An agreement to give money or money's word on the happening or non-happening of a future uncertain event. Hey, wagers are valid or void. Can you give me example of wager? Okay, I wanted to ask you a question. Don't want to do it on YouTube. World Cup final. No. Huh? You did, huh? And lost everything, huh? So can we say that is a wager? Correct or not? Can we say that is a wager? Okay, whoever has sent me this message, we all love you, ma'am. I also love you all. Huh. Someone asked me this. Is mistake of price considered as an essential fact of the subject matter? So I already answered that. I hope you got the answer. Did you get the answer? Pramiti. I think Pramiti is the one. Pramiti, I hope you got the answer. This was closed. This window was only closed. I did not see. Huh? Clear, all of you? Yes. So should we move forward to the next one? Yes. So tell me, when we talk about wager, as I already told you, wager is what? Let's say I tell you, if India wins the World Cup, okay, I will give you 10 lakh. If it does not win the World Cup, you give me 10 lakh. It was nothing to say for this. Very sad about it. A wrong example. Shouldn't have given this. All the sad feelings coming back. Anyway, so coming again to the next example, A says to B, I will give you today. Suddenly, there was no, what do you say? I mean, it did not even look like it will rain. I take the auto to come here. Suddenly, in the midway, it starts raining, and then again, it's gone. It's bright and sunny. Bangalore at its best. So anyway, so if it rains, I will give you rupees 100. Shh. You give me rupees 100 if it does not rain. Can we say this is a wager? Yes. Wagers are what? Void. Wagers are what? Void. But in India, in Gujarat and Maharashtra, they are also illegal. Right? Okay, I want to explain. I'll just explain that. Mistake of price. Just because I have decided not to tell you anything today to stop talking, or you cannot make so much of noise also, right? Okay. So, coming to mistake of price, when we say subject matter means the purpose for which the contract is made. So let us say I want to buy rice. So this is my subject matter. The price of rice is not my subject matter. What is my subject matter? Rice. If I am mistaken, about the quantity, quality, identity, whatever about rice, then it is a mistake of what? Subject matter. But if I am mistaken about the price of rice, that is not a mistake of subject matter, that is a mistake of price. Price is not considered as an essential fact. Now if I am mistaken about the quantity of rice I want, the quality of rice I want, the rice that I want, whatever, then it is considered as what? Mistake of fact, and the contract is void. But if I'm mistaken about the price of rice, the contract is absolutely well valid. Right? Pramati, I hope it's clear. Is it clear to everyone? Any doubts in this, or should we go to the next unit? Yes. Now, the next unit, basically, now you want a break. It's how, what is the time now? It's just 12:10. We'll take it at 12:30. Okay? Chalo. So, moving on to the next one. Now, when we talk about the next unit, basically talks about everything relating to performance. And you will see generally, okay, is insurance contract a wager? What do you think? But not every happening, non-happening, that's a contingent contract. So see, when I say I'll give you 100 rupees if it rains, is there any estimation to that 100 rupees? No, random amount I have put, right? And whereas there, when I make an estimation of the premium you will pay, so you will see the value of the property changes the premium, your age changes the premium. So they actually try to make a estimate, a calculation of what could be the loss. So it's not a random something. Plus, insurance contracts are not wagers, they are contingent contracts. So that is how it is. It's not what do you say, in wager both side will get something or the other, whereas in insurance that is not how it is. Now moving on to the next unit. Tell me, as I said, this next unit is all about performance of the contract, right? So in this unit, we are going to discuss everything relating to performance. The first part of this unit is all small topics scattered here and there. And most of the times you will see that actually a question does come from this topic. One question from these topics, I do find it in the paper. Now, first of all, before we go into this, tell me who can perform the contract? Who can perform the contract? Can I say promiser can perform the contract? Correct or not? Yes, promiser can perform the contract. After that, agent can perform the contract. Then the legal heirs can perform the contract. But tell me one thing, if the contract is based on personal skill and confidence, do you think agents or legal heirs can perform? No. So, if it is based on personal skill, then these parties cannot perform. Who can perform? Only the promiser. Then next, who can perform? Third party. Do you think performance of a third party is absolutely valid? Yes. If the other party accepts the performance of a third party, it is absolutely, in fact, discharges whom? Discharges the promiser, right? And then next, after this, who? After this, who? Joint promisers. Who can perform? Joint promisers. Now, before we go into this joint promiser thing, let's understand this succession and assignment. What is succession? Inheritance. When a person is dead, obviously his property passes on to whom? To his legal heirs. His property passes on to whom? To his legal heirs, right? So this is what? Succession. And it happens how? By operation of law. So what basically is succession? Succession is what? Inheritance. Whereas assignment is what? Transfer of rights. Today morning only I gave you the example of assignment in consideration. Transfer of rights. This happens how? Does it happen by operation of law? Yes. Does it happen by agreement? Yes. A says don't, B says don't pay me the money, pay it to C. This is how? By express agreement. When a person becomes insolvent, okay, when a person becomes insolvent, his property automatically, when a partner becomes insolvent, I'm sorry, he has no rights in the firm. Why? His rights passes on to the other partners who will use it to pay off his liability. So when we talk about in case of insolvency, his rights are transferred to the other partners. How? By operation of law. In case of succession, do you get the assets or do you get the liabilities? Both, but only to the extent of assets inherited. Liabilities to the extent of assets inherited. But in case of assignment, liability can be assigned only when what? All the parties agree to it. Liability can be assigned only when all the parties agree to it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. And on this, let's talk about joint promisers. What is the rights and liabilities of joint promisers? Let's talk about liabilities. What is their liability? Can I say their liability is joint and severe? Correct or not? Their liability is what? Joint and severe. They are jointly liable for their share and severely liable for the whole share. Then can we say if one of them pays, they have a right to recover? Yes, from the others, right? Then what? They have a liability to pay, right? They have in case of insolvency, what will happen? The others will bear. If any one of them is what? Unable to pay, then what will happen? His loss shall be borne by the others. How? In their proportion. Then what else is left? In case of death, what will happen? In case of death, his legal heirs along with others will perform. What else? If one of the joint promisers is discharged. So who discharges? Promisee discharges. Whom? One of the joint promisers. What will happen? He will continue to be liable to whom? To the others. And others will continue to be liable to whom? To the promisee. Correct? This is everything relating to joint promisers. When we say legal heirs, there are two things here. First of all, tell me, legal heirs, what is the liability of the legal heirs? Personally liable for the whole or only up to the assets inherited? Up to the assets inherited. And legal heirs, are they liable only for their share or they can be held liable for the other's share also? Only for their share, not for the other's share. In joint promisor, ABC makes a joint promise. So A is liable for the whole share. A is dead. His son has to pay. S will be liable only for A's share and not for B and C's share. Okay? Now tell me, if one party is ready to perform but the other refuses to accept, what will happen? This is effect of refusal to perform. What happens if one party is ready to perform but the other refuses to accept? The contract will be what? Who is ready to perform? A. So contract becomes voidable at A's option. So this is the second case in the entire Indian Contract Act where the contract is what? Voidable. It becomes voidable at A's option. That means what? B is the breaching party. Now, so let's say A has to deliver goods to B. A delivers the goods to B, but B refuses to accept. Is A under any obligation to deliver the goods again? No. But does he have a right? Yes. What rights he has? He can claim the damages. Is it clear? So A will have no obligation to perform, but has a right to claim the damages. Time and place of performance. If no time is specified, when should you perform? Reasonable time. Day is specified but no time is given. When will you perform? During the business hours. No place is specified. It is the duty of the promiser to ask the promisee to fix a reasonable place. Then, if I have to perform on a particular day, but I will perform only when you ask me to perform, bolo, what will happen? It is your duty to ask me to perform. So basically, it has to be performed on a particular day, but promiser will not perform unless asked by the promisee. So in that case, duty of the promiser to ask the promisee to fix a ayo. This is wrong. To ask the promisee to perform the what? Contract. Here all of you? Yes. Can we move forward? Yes. Okay, if time for performance is given, Acha, tell me, if no time is given, when should you perform? Reasonable time. If no time is given, you should perform within a reasonable time. But if time is given, then you should perform when? Huh? You should perform on that time only. Now, it may happen that time is given, but you have not performed within the time. And even though you have not performed within the time, it does not put the other party at a loss. Right? I repeat again, the time was given and you were supposed to perform, but you did not perform. And even if you did not perform, it did not put the other party at a loss. So time was not of essence. In that case, the contract will be what? Valid. But can you claim the damages? Yes. On the other hand, if you remember, lady asked to record the song. Lady asked to record the song. On the other hand, time of performance, time may be what? Of essence. What was the case for this? Time of essence. What was the case for this? Lady asked to sing for 5 consecutive nights. We had 3 questions also on this. A DJ was hired, a singer was hired, and a dancer was hired, right? Time is of essence or not of essence? Of essence. If you fail to perform, the contract will be what? Voidable. Now, when I say contract is voidable, you may either what? Cancel the contract or you may accept. If you cancel the contract, what will happen? You can also claim the damages. If you accept, can you claim the damages? If you accept, damages can be claimed when? Only if mentioned. Damages can be claimed only if it is mentioned. Mentioned where? Either in the contract or at the time of accepting the contract. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Yes? Appropriation of payment. What exactly is appropriation of payment? I have given you multiple loans and you are repaying it. Is it mandatory that you will repay the whole amount in one go? No. No, you may give a part payment. So against which loan should I adjust this payment is known as what? Appropriation. First, who has a right to decide? The debtor. So when the debtor makes the payment, he has a right to decide which debt to set off. He may specify. Now see, this specification can be what? It can be express or implied. Express, he says, adjust against this loan. Right? Express is what? He says, adjust against this loan. Implied is what? Implied is what? Huh? Exact same amount. He gives the same amount. That is what? Implied. Doesn't say anything but makes a exact same payment. That means what? It is for that specific debt. Okay? So when the debtor makes the payment, he can specify which debt he wants to set off. And if the creditor accepts the payment, he has to set off the specified debt only. If the debtor does not specify anything, if the debtor does not specify anything, can the creditor set off any debt at his discretion? Yes, the creditor may set off any debt at his discretion. Can he even set off a time barred debt? Yes. But can he set off a disputed debts? No. If both the parties do not decide, whatever is first in order of time will be set off first. And if there are more than one debt on the same day, then it will be set off. How? In their proportion. Is it clear to everyone? Yes? Tired? Hungry? No? So every time you feel like, I'm tired, I'm hungry, oh no, I don't want to. Please, two reasons. Just, keep thinking these two things. First, I have to clear. This is my goal. Second, I don't want to write 100 marks law paper next term. Okay? So, all the more reason for you to study clear the exam this term only. Okay? Maybe that first may not be motivation enough. The second one is definitely enough motivation to clear the exam. Okay? So, moving on to the next one, reciprocal promises. Okay? So, reciprocal promises. What is reciprocal promises? Dependent promises. What is reciprocal promises? Dependent promises. What is dependent promises? Performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. Right? Performance of one. Disputed debt means the debtor and creditor are not agreeing to a particular, it could be anything, time of payment, amount taken, interest rate, it could be anything. We have a dispute regarding the same. Okay? You want a break now? We will continue after the break. Huh? You want a break now? Chalo, we'll take a how much time break you want? Anyway, I'll ask him to get something for me. It will take, we'll try to be here in 45-50 minutes. Okay? Come after the class. Come after the class. So, did you eat? No? I gave you almost an hour's break and still no, तो आपके life में food के लिए will be no only then, huh? चलो, let's settle down please. थोड़ा सा, can we just shut the door so that we don't bother everyone outside also? One of you, would you be kind enough to shut that door? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, tell me. So, we had, what was the last topic we had done before the break? I think appropriation of payment, correct? So, moving on to the next one. Reciprocal promises. Okay, I can see everyone after food a little more energy. Bad for me, good for you. So, what exactly is reciprocal promises. What is reciprocal promises? Dependent promises. So what do I mean by dependent promises? It means what? Performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. Means what? Performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. That means I will perform only when you will perform, or you will perform only when I perform. This is what we mean by reciprocal promises. That is dependent promises. One's performance depends upon the other's performance, right? Now, when we talk about reciprocal promises, I just said dependent promises. Let's just, I understand you are back and some of you are feeling hot, some of you are feeling cold, some of you are looking at the people here and there. But would you be kind enough to pay attention here, please? Huh? Classes se zyada abhi this is more important now. Yes, exams approaching, you are here, right? The most important segment of your entire studies, correct? What is, this is fine. So now we just discussed, see, he was hungry now. He is like, after eating, all the mouses have settled down in his stomach. So he is becoming unsettled now. Hai na? Hai na? So I just said performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. That is, one will perform after the other performs. So how will we know who will perform after whom, or who will perform before whom? How do we know this? So how do we fix the reciprocal promises? So how do we fix the reciprocal promises? Can it be fixed between the parties? Yes. The parties can mutually agree that you will perform first and then I will perform, and the other party accepts it. One party offers, you perform, then I will perform, or I will perform, then you perform, and the other person accepts it. So the first is, it can be fixed by whom? By the parties. It can be fixed by whom? By the parties. The parties may mutually fix the order of performance. Or it may be fixed by what? Implication. It may be fixed by what? By implication. What is this by implication? We don't fix by words, but the contract or the situation suggests the order of performance. The situation suggests the order. For example, I will give you the goods, but you have to give me a security deposit. Obviously, I did not say only when you give me the security deposit, I will give you the goods. But isn't it obvious that unless you give me the security deposit, I will not give you the goods? So this is fixed by what? By implication. Now, in case of reciprocal promises, we've understood one thing, that the promises are what? Dependent. That means I will perform only when you perform, or you will perform only when I perform. So tell me, if let's say only when I perform, you will perform, I don't perform, do you have an obligation to perform? No. So in case of reciprocal promises, if my performance depends on your performance and you don't perform, what will happen? In case of reciprocal promises, if one party prevents the other from performing, the party prevented, who? Party prevented has no obligation to perform. But does he have any rights here? Yes. Can he claim the damages? Yes. Acha, tell me, in case of reciprocal promises, if one part is legal and other part is illegal, then what will happen? If one part is legal and the other part is illegal, then what will happen? Huh? You cannot say legal is valid. If they are separable, legal is valid, illegal is void. If they are not separable, it is completely what? Completely void. Right? If they are not separable, it is completely void. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Moving on to the next part, restitution. What is restitution? To restore the benefits. Restore means what? To repay. Restore means what? To repay the benefits received under a what? Void contract, or under a voidable contract on its becoming void. or under a voidable contract on its becoming void. To put it in simple terms, if a contract is voidable and you cancel it, then if you cancel it, can we say whatever benefits the other party has received, he must return it back to you? Yes, yes. So let's say you purchase the shirt because you were cheated about the color. If you cancel the contract and return the shirt back, can you claim the money back? Yes. Or if a contract becomes void, right? If a contract becomes void, this was voidable contract and you cancelled it. Later, let's say if a contract was made and later it becomes void, then in that case, can we say whatever benefits you have received, you have to return it back? Yes, this is known as what? Restitution. So what is this becomes void? Let's say you have given some advance money for a contract, and later this person was a citizen of another country. Later on, our country is at war with this country. So obviously the contract can no longer be performed. So whatever money the person has received, the advance money, can we say we have a right to claim that advance money? Yes. So this is what we mean by restitution. If a contract is voidable and is cancelled, or if a contract becomes void, then you have to return back whatever you have received. Discharge of the contract. When we say discharge, what is discharge? Termination. That means what? What does it mean? Termination, that means the parties are no further bound under the contract. That means my obligation to perform and your obligation to perform has come to an end. We have no obligation to perform at all. Now, it can happen by 6 different ways. The first one, by performance. When we say by performance, it is what? Actual or attempted. What is actual performance? Tomorrow, after the marathon, I think the marathon for all the subjects, other subjects is done. Yes, officially, can we say Yashas is done with you? Yes or no? Yes. Acha, mock test is going on. Oh, mock test 3 is going on. Hai na? How many of you? How many of you have written all the mock tests? All the mock tests. Okay. And what have been your scores? Not received it yet. Mock test 1 का तो मिल ही गया होगा. नहीं? Mock test 1? 1 received. Okay. Did you flunk in any of the papers? Huh? In law only? You flunked in law. How much you scored? Huh? In law and BCR? Huh? 81 you scored. Yeah, you check, please. My doubts. Don't be happy I scored 80 here. Up to in final test to pura 100 only I'll score. I don't have to study. Where is the marks given?
There is remarks number.
What's your marks? I cannot see anything. Show me the paper. I just want to see how did you score 81. Send me the paper. Send me the paper. I'll see it. Pakka 81, no? So, don't be, I to scored in mock test 3 also. I have scored 80s. Now the pakka 100 only in the exam. Main exam mein 100. I don't have to study. From today, stop studying. No. This next 2 weeks that you have, it should be only studies. Full on. I know. And the worst part will be, I don't know, whenever, you have already read it so many times. For those who have read it. For those who have not read it, this does not apply to you at all. So for those who have already read it, so what will happen, no? Literally, you will open the book and then you will open a topic, reciprocal. I know the reciprocal promise. Yeah. But still, I know you know everything. But still go through the entire thing in depth. So today we will be doing, and tomorrow, obviously, the marathon will be over in these 2 days. the next 2-3 days, sit and read in depth the entire act, all the 5 acts, so that after that you just directly read it before the exams. समझ में आया? This is only applicable for those who have already read it thoroughly. Okay. Otherwise, ma'am, you claimed, they will show me video. See, you claimed this. Ma'am, it is there on YouTube. You claimed this. I did not read after the way you said. Now I did not clear my exam. Conditions apply. Okay. So by performance, so can I say, once Yashas is done with your mock test and everything, we are officially done with you all. Yes or no? Can we say it is discharge of contract between you and Yashas? Yes. How? By actual performance. Acha, what was the other name for this? Can I also call it as what? Executed contract. Correct or not? Yes. What is attempted performance? One party. Acha, the third case where the contract is voidable is when the time is of essence and contract is not performed within the time. So these are the only 2-3 cases where the contract is voidable. Rest, no other case, it is voidable, right? So the next one, yes, by attempted performance, one party is ready to perform, but the other refuses to accept. Can we say by attempted performance of one of the parties, the contract is what? Discharged, right? Then by lapse of time, what is the best example for lapse of time? Time bar debt. I don't even need to go and explain this. What is it? Time bar debt. By operation of law, what is it? Death, insolvency, mergers. Now please understand, these provisions are overlapping. Death is here also. Death is in subsequent impossibility also. So they are overlapping provisions. So it can happen. It's absolutely okay. Ma'am, what should I write? When it is subsequent impossibility, go and write about it. You have a lot of things to write there then, right? In your answer. Then by mutual consent. But please remember, all these 4 things are happening. How? By the mutual consent of both the, that means both the parties have agreed to discharge the contract. How? By novation. By novation, rescission, alteration, remission. What is novation? Substituting a new contract for the old one. What was the second one? What is it? Rescission. What is rescission? Cancellation of the contract. Alteration. What is alteration? Change in the terms of the contract. And what is remission? Paying a less amount or paying in full settlement. Paying a lesser amount or paying in kind instead of cash. What is the, can I say, in novation and rescission, the old contract is cancelled? Yes or no? Yes. Whereas, can I say, in alteration and remission, what happens? The contract is not cancelled. The contract is not cancelled. Clear? In this, the contract is not cancelled. What's the difference between novation and rescission? In novation, new contract is made. In rescission, new contract is not made. Then novation can be? Yes, novation can also be by or on a third party, but rescission is always what? On the, between the parties. Then okay, so the new contract is made. Now, moving on to the next one. This is impossibility of performance existing before the contract is made. Known to both. What? Known to both. What was it? Tare Zameen Par. याद है? Harry Potter. याद है? शादी के पहले. याद है ना? Yes. Everything you have forgotten, huh? So, known to both. Obviously, it is known to both. It is what? Void. Unknown to both. Unknown to both. Can I also say this is bilateral mistake of fact? Yes or no? This is bilateral mistake of fact. The contract is what? Void. And then known to one. Obviously, known to one. That means it is what? Fraud. Ma'am, in fraud, contract is voidable. I agree. But this is what? Impossible to perform. So when it is impossible to perform, obviously it cannot be what? Obviously it cannot be voidable. It is what? Void. But because it is fraud, I also have to give what? Damages, right? Then supervening impossibility, can I also call it as post contractual impossibility? Yes. Or can I also call it as what? Subsequent. Why subsequent impossibility? Because after the contract is made, it becomes what? Impossible to perform, right? There are 5 heads here. Apart from this 5 heads, nothing is considered as supervening impossibility. What? First of all, destruction of subject matter. Can you give me the example for this one? Huh? Sorry? Honey sings, yes. Theater. Theater. I couldn't get that. Theater given to Yo-Yo for his concert, right? Then non-existence of a particular state of thing. The state of thing for which the contract was made does not exist. What was the example for this one? Huh? The fiance turns lunatic. Wife है तो फिर कुछ नहीं है. You're stuck with her. Okay. Fiance है तभी तक options है. Then what was the next one? Death of the promiser. What was this death of the promiser? MF Hussain. Right. MF Hussain painting a picture because it is personal skill. Can his legal heirs perform the contract? No. Contract becomes what? Void. See, please understand, if it is not personal skill, even the legal heirs can perform. But if it is personal skill, it becomes what? Void. What is the next one? Outbreak of war. So you have made a contract with someone who is a citizen of another country. After the contract is made, but before performance, there is a war. What is the difference between this and against public policy, trading with enemy? Huh? Exactly. There is a war at the time of making the contract itself, whereas here the war is there after the contract is made. What is the next one? Change in law. After making a contract, but before performance, law prohibits performance of the. Acha, tell me one thing. If let's say I am going to sell you some goods, contract is made, but before I could perform, government confiscates those goods. Now what? Government confiscates those goods. Now what? Now what will happen? Is it void? Now is it void? I repeat again, I made a contract with you to sell some goods to you. You accepted it. Contract was made. Now what happens is, before we could perform, government confiscates the goods that I'm going to sell you. Can we say this is also subsequent impossibility? Yes. Yes, this is also considered as subsequent impossibility. Acha, tell me, in all of these cases, can I claim for damages? No. Can I claim for restitution? Yes. Yes. Please, when you are writing answers, be careful of these things. Okay? Now, the last one, breach. What is breach? Non-fulfillment of the terms of the contract. What are the two types of breach that we have? Anticipatory and actual. What is anticipatory? What is anticipatory? Even before the contract is made. What is actual? On the due date. If before the contract is before, I am so sorry. What is anticipatory? Before the due date. And what is actual? On the due date. Now, if before the due date, one party comes to know the other will not perform, what are the two options? He may cancel, please, all of you, he may cancel on that day itself or wait till the due date. If he cancels on that day, what will he get? He will get the damages. But if he waits till the due date, then on the due date, if the other party performs, okay, if the other party performs, what will happen? He has to accept it, right? If the other party does not perform, what then? This is actual breach. He can cancel the contract and claim the damages, right? Now, what are the remedies for breach? Achha, before I go into this remedies for breach, any doubt in the previous topics? We can even discuss if any question you have a doubt. Like we have solved so many questions. You have the scanners also. If anything you have a doubt, we can even discuss that. After the chapter, we'll discuss that. Huh? I don't remember the question. I have to check it. So let me just check it and then, let me read the question, then I'll get back. Okay. I have not read. I think that question was there in the scanner. I think. Bolo, next. Next. Hmm. By waiver. The fifth one is waiver. If you see in the scanner, you'll get the answer. Waiver is the fifth one. Okay? And in my scanner, I've written that. Okay? Once please go through the scanner questions. At least 80% of the paper you will get common. Yes, absolutely. You read it, you write the paper, and then you come and talk to me. Okay? So please don't forget to, I will update the scanner this week. I will update it for your exams. It's not, the questions are not added, mock test and all. I think Institute took the second mock test also, it's done, right? No, not done. ICI will take the second one. They will, when? 15 December. Yesterday it was. It's finished yesterday only. Oh, okay. It was postponed, right? Yes, it was postponed. Correct. So then in that case, I was waiting for the mock tests only. So I was not aware of the second mock test dates also. Anyway, chalo, remedies for breach. How many of you wrote ICI mock tests? How was it? Good. Huh? Few questions were there. How was the tests, by the way? Like, how was the law paper? Able to write? Good. And the rest of the papers? Good. They when will they give you the marks? They don't give you the marks. They check, no? Yeah, they check. They don't check the papers. Okay. So as per your key answers, it was matching. Okay, so that you checked it. It's good. Okay. So moving on to the next part. Ma'am, if the promiser was bound to deliver photos, then on the death, will the legal heir be bound by it? Okay. If the promisor is bound to deliver photos, see, there are two things here. Bound to deliver means one is that is I am supposed to click and deliver. Then it is what? Personal skill. Then legal heirs cannot be bound. But I have to pick it from one place and give it to you. Then it is not personal skill. Then the legal heirs are bound. Okay? This question was there in the exam. Previous term, I think. Yes, previous term ka paper mate was there. Correct? Yeah. Anyway, chalo. Any doubt you have in this? So I think you got your answer X, Y, Z. You remember all those I told you? Oh, I tell that in inter class. So all those, we create those IDs where if someone asks you to give it officially, you'll be ashamed. All the angel and papa's what? Dad's little princess. Papa ki, oh, please don't get me talking on those paris. So, yeah. Remedies for breach. The next unit which talks about remedies for breach. So obviously if there is a breach, I will have some rights also. So when we say breach, the remedies can be classified under two heads broadly. The first is what? Monetary rights. Please, I want all of you to repeat with me only, so that it is kind of you are revising instead of looking here and there. And what is the other one? Other rights. And under these other rights we have what? Rescission, quantum merit, then specific performance and injunction. So these are the 5 remedies rather broadly that we have. So monetary rights, that is what? That is damages. When we talk about damages, the rules of damages were laid down in the case of what? Hadley versus Baxendale. What were the rules? First, any damage which arose naturally in the contract, can you claim it as a right? Yes. Then special damages can be claimed only when there is a notice of the special loss. Third, remote damages can never be claimed. Fourth, any damage arising under a quasi-contract can be claimed. Now, what are the different types of damages that we have? First, ordinary. What is ordinary? Which arose naturally. Can I claim it as a right? Yes. Generally, ordinary damages are calculated. How? contract price less market price, or market price less contract price, right? Special damages are damages which cannot be claimed as a right. When can you claim these damages? Only when there is a notice of the special loss. Just because we are talking about special damages doesn't mean it will be more than ordinary. It can also be less depending on the situations. Okay? Now, when we talk about special damages and ordinary damages, if it is not quantifiable, if it is quantifiable, I quantify it. If the damages in any of the cases, rather, if it is not quantifiable, then how do we give the damages? A reasonable damage depending on the situation is awarded, right? Then what is the next one? Nominal damage. What do I mean by nominal damage? As less means a damage which is as less as rupees 1. So basically, when there is no damage on account of breach, a damage as less as 1 rupee is given. Then what is the next one? Vindictive or exemplary damages. Remember Queen Elizabeth here? Yes, so these damages are given only to what? I mean, there is a loss of what? Goodwill or loss of reputation. And to claim compensation for that loss of reputation, damages are awarded. This is what? Vindictive or exemplary damages. Now, penalty and liquidated damages are damages which are already mentioned in the contract. We mention a certain amount. Now, this is not a special damage. It is ordinary damage only. But what we have done is, in the contract, we have mentioned that tomorrow, if there is a breach, this is the maximum damage that can be claimed. That becomes the ceiling limit. The aggrieved party will get the amount mentioned or the amount suffered, whichever is what? Whichever is what? Whichever is less. Then it can be penalty or liquidated damage. Liquidated damage means the parties try to what? Calculate or figure out the probable damage that they may suffer. Whereas penalty means which is something very high. The parties mention a very high amount as damage, which is no way near to the actual damage suffered. But always remember, you will only get what you have suffered or whatever is mentioned, whichever is less. Now, these other rights are available apart from monetary rights. Means what? In these rights, you can claim these rights, but plus you can also claim what? The damages. Rescission. Now, please, this rescission and this rescission is different. This rescission happened how? With the mutual consent of both the parties. Whereas this rescission is happening how? Because of breach. This is happening how? Because of breach. One party is ready to perform but the other refuses. Can the aggrieved party cancel the contract? Yes. This is what? Rescission. Can he also claim the damages? Yes. Quantum merit. If I put it in simple terms, quantum merit means whatever work is done, I should receive money for that work. Right? Whatever work is done, I should receive money for that work. Let's say A has to deliver B 700 kgs of particular goods. 300 has been delivered. B accepted it and 400 then got destroyed. So, can we say B is liable to pay for the 300? Can he claim damages for 400? Can he claim damages for 400? I think you should give it a thought, yes or no, whatever. No. Why no? Huh? Exactly. Subject matter is destroyed. Cannot claim. But instead of 400 kg is destroyed, if I say A refuses to send the 400, then can he claim damages? Yes. Then he can claim the damages. Okay. Specific performance. What is specific performance? When the goods have no... So basically, I am suing the other party that you have to perform the contract. So when does this happen? In two cases. When the goods have what? No substitute. This basically happens in case of which type of goods? Antique goods. Goods have no substitute, or what? Damages are not an adequate relief. Right? Damages are not an adequate relief. That means damages cannot be compensated for non-performance. Okay? This generally happens in which cases? Immovable property. Right? This generally happens in case of immovable property. Injunction is basically relating to what? Negative acts. As in, if my contract prohibits you from doing something, but you do it, can I sue you to stop you from doing it? Yes. So this is remedies for breach. We are done with this unit. First, you ask me if you have doubts, then we'll move forward to the other one. Now, bolo. Personal skill may, actually this is given under Specific Relief Act, and Specific Relief Act says that when it is personal skill, we have to keep a check on that contract for that period of time. So isliye we don't grant for specific. So only when the goods have no substitute or damages are not adequate. Personal skill ke liye specific performance is not granted. But unke liye nahi. Why no? Because then we have to keep a check on whether the person is performing or not, which can go over a period of time. So isliye nahi. And the question that you both have asked, I'll open the question after this is done, after this chapter is done, and then we will go into those two questions. Any doubt? No? Literally no doubt. Yeah, सबको law में से out of 60 you will score 65. 5 marks for good handwriting. Good handwriting. Apsara pencil. You cannot use pencil. You'll have to use pen. Black color pen. Okay. So, can we move to the next part now? Yes, the last unit of this chapter. Cannot believe we are done with Indian Contract Act. Should we go to Indian Contract Act last unit? Yes. Okay. I mean, this was one chapter which I had to do for 10 days with you all, or 11 days to finish it. Finally, we are forever done with it. For you all, one last time it will be left till the exam. Yeah. So, contingent contract. So, when we say contingent contract, what do we mean by contingent contract? Contingent means what? May or may not. So what do I mean by contingent contract? Which is dependent on the happening or non-happening of a future uncertain event. Now, first of all, what are the... Acha, can you get a question like what is contingent contract? What are the rules of enforceability? Yes, 7 marks. You will start with definition of contingent contract, move to essentials of contingent contract, then legal rules of enforceability. Okay? Now tell me, what are the characteristics of contingent contract? What? What? Yes. First of all, it is dependent on what? A future uncertain event. Second, the event must be what? Collateral. What is collateral? Should not be a part of the reciprocal promises. Right? And what is the next one? Cannot be dependent on the not dependent on the kya? Will of the promiser. Agar will of the promiser, imagine you tell me, I will deliver you the goods. You pay me if you wish to. I will never have those wishes ever. Ever. So anyway, now tell me, what are the legal rules of enforceability of a contingent contract? Can it depend on the happening of an event? Yes. If it is dependent on the happening of an event, the contract is valid when the event happens, becomes void when the event does not happen. If it is given dependent on the happening of an event within a certain time, then it is valid when the event happens within that time. It's void if the event does not happen within that time. Can it depend on the non-happening of an event? Yes. If it is dependent on the non-happening of an event, it is valid when the event does not happen. It's void when the event happens or does not become impossible. Then tell me, if it is dependent on a third party. Now it is dependent on a third party. If the third party acts accordingly, it is what? Valid. If A says to B, I will give you rupees 1 lakh if I am able to marry C. Now it's totally on C. We are not forcing C to marry. If C by desire marries A, what happens? Valid. If C goes and marries D, what happens? Void. If C marries B, many of you thinking that also, then what to do? Nothing will happen. No money. A will be happy, money saved. A will be sad that C is gone forever. That's it. If it is dependent on an impossible event, impossible event hai is void ab initio. Clear to everyone. Yes. Quasi-contract. Oh my God. Tell me. Quasi-contract. What is a quasi-contract? No contract. There is no contract. So can I say it is an obligation created without any contract? Yes or no? So what is quasi-contract? An obligation without any contract. Obligation created without any contract. So there is an obligation without any contract. So there are actually 5 types of quasi-contract. What are the 5 types of quasi-contract? Goods delivered by mistake or under coercion. That means what? If by mistake I have delivered goods to another person, is there any contract between me and that person? No. But that person has an obligation to return the goods back to me. This is what quasi-contract. Then next, necessaries supplied to a minor or to a lunatic's family. So from this we had seen one question also. If a person supplies necessaries to a minor or to a lunatic's family, as between the person, the supplier, and the minor or the lunatic, is there a contract? No. But there is a what? Quasi-contract, that the person will get his money back from their property. Their matlab kaun? Minor or lunatic. When I say lunatic's family, I am talking about that family or that family, those family members who are dependent on the lunatic. Okay. Now he has a son who is earning money. He is not dependent on the lunatic. So we are not talking about that person. Okay. Now payment made for a third party. When you make the payment on behalf of a third party, but why do you make the payment? To protect your interest. Why do you make the payment? To protect your interest. Can you recover the money from that person? Yes. Then work done first of all, non-gratuitously means what? You have done the work for money. You have done the work for what? Money. If a person does work for another, does any work for another, not intending to do it gratuitously. Not intending to do it gratuitously means he is intending or hoping to be paid for it. And the other person enjoys the benefits of the work. The other person enjoys the benefit of the work. Then he will have to pay for the work that is done. Right? And the last one, finder of the goods. Can we also say this is a contract of bailment between the owner and the finder? Yes. It is what? It is a contract of bailment between the owner and the finder. What? That he will trace the owner and return the goods back to him. Right? There is a quasi-contract that he will trace the owner and return the goods back to him. Acha, tell me, what are the rights of the finder of the goods? Okay. I'm not talking about duty, rights. Claim expenses. Claim reward if announced. Can he also sell the goods? Yes. When can he sell the goods? Tell me. If they are perishable or owner is not found or owner is found but he refuses to give the lawful charges, and the lawful charges are 2/3 or more of the value of the goods. What other right is there? Right of ownership against the whole world except the owner. Which one? Okay, so lawful charges means whatever I have spent trying to keep your goods or to trace you. Okay, So let's say the value of the goods is 1000 and I have spent 100 rupees. Can I sell the goods? No. Can I sue you for the money? Yes. Can I sell the goods? No. The value of the goods is 1000. I have spent how much? 100. Can I sell? No. I have spent 500. You don't pay me. Can I sell the goods? No. No. Can I sue you? Yes. I have spent 800. You don't pay me. Can I sell the goods? Yes. So, whatever money, he is refusing to pay you the money, and that money amounts to at least two-thirds of the value of the goods. Then I can sell. If it is less than two-thirds, I cannot sell, but I can sue the owner. Okay? And what are the duties of the finder? Duties of the finder: to take care of the goods, trace the owner, return the goods back to him, not to mix the goods with his own goods. Is it clear to everyone? Oh my god. Seriously done with Indian Contract Act. I swear. Please. Yeah, we all deserve this. Thoda zor se. I told you, no, you gain energy. What is this? Just like your expressions, your clapping is. Acha, we will discuss the question. So let me search for that question if I have it. So I cannot see only anything. I'm wearing my lenses. Some problem. Which mock paper you said? Can you tell me the question number? I literally cannot see anything. I'm wearing lenses. Nothing is visible. What was the question number? The first one. The first question you're saying no. The first one, no. Not even answering. Okay, find your answer. No problem. Right of ownership against the whole world except the owner. What does that mean? It means that he has a right to right over the goods as if he is the owner, and no one in the world can claim the goods back from him. But if tomorrow the owner comes, then he has to return the goods. So let's say you found something, okay? If the owner claims the goods, you obviously have to return it back to him. But otherwise, if the owner is not found, who has the right over that goods? The finder has a rights over the goods. Pramod, that means this. I hope it's clear. Nothing. I cannot see anything. I said that. And you took like almost. Okay, you will read the question. Please kindly read the question. All of you hear out his question. Okay? I also have to hear it, so please keep quiet. Haan, bolo. Read. Why will I read? Keep quiet, all of you. Stand up, be loud so that everyone can hear you. Be loud. No food. Take. Come. He wants the mic also. Come. It's like, why should teachers have all the... So take both the mic. Everyone will know who is reading out the question. Yeah, please come. You are the one who is reading the question. Do the honors.
Hello. Mr. X and Miss.
You move that side.
Mom, frame it. Come out.
What frame? No one needs to see.
Or
I moved it.
Okay, Mr. X and
Getting free publicity on YouTube.
please subscribe to Yashas Academy. Mr. X and Mr. Y entered into a contract on 1st of August 2018 by which Mr. X had to supply 50 tons of sugar to Mr. Y at a certain price strictly within a period of 10 days of the contract.
Can
Mr.
we say because they have said strictly within a period of 10 days, they have kind of made time of essence here? Yes?
Mr. Y also paid an amount of rupees 50,000 towards.
You listen to the question, you are supposed to answer. I'm not going to answer. Okay? Yeah, question ही गया. I will move. You stand here. You will please get all the publicity. Only then you will be able to give the correct. I mean, read it out correctly. Huh? Read it loud.
Yeah. Mr. Y also paid an amount of 50,000 towards advance as per the terms of the above contract. The mode of transportation available between their places in roadways only.
So they have said that the only mode of transport available is what? Roadways.
Severe flood came on 2nd of August 2018 and the only road connecting their places was damaged and could not be repaired within 15 days.
So can we say now it becomes supervening impossibility? Yes.
Mr. X offered to supply sugar on 20th August 2018 for which Mr. Y did not agree on 1st of
Can he refuse to take up the sugar on 20th? Yes. Because he mentioned strictly I want it by 10th. So can we say it is subsequent impossibility and the contract is void? Yes.
On 1st of September 2018, Mr. X claimed compensation of rupees 10,000 from Mr. Y for refusing to accept supply of sugar, which was not there within the pure view of the contract.
That means it was now the person who was supposed to supply the sugar says that since you did not accept the sugar, after the time period when I was agreeing to give, you have to now give me a compensation of 10,000. Can he claim the damage of 10,000? No. No, because the contract specifically mentioned I want the goods by 10. Right? So can he claim the damages of 10,000? No.
On the other hand, Mr. Y claimed to refund of rupees 50,000 which he had paid as advance.
Can he claim for the refund? Yes, this is what? Restitution. This question is there in the scanner. समझ में आया? Yes. Or कोई doubt? No? I will just also go to that question which whoever had asked me online. So if I'm not wrong, this was that question was there in the June exam only, no? कोई याद नहीं है. It is not there. The girl who had asked me this question, can you please tell me which year this question was given or which term or where? I can actually open the question and read it out. I cannot find the question. I don't remember this question. Chalo, anyway, can we now move forward to the next chapter? Any other questions, any other doubts you have before we move forward? Any other question that you have before we move forward? Okay, so you all answer this question. There is a question who, in claim for necessaries supplied, what if the lunatic is an orphan man? Ma'am, what if the lunatic is an orphan? How does it even matter? Because first of all, if let's say the lunatic is a minor, so orphan basically happens for a minor. We generally talk, when we talk about orphans, it is for a minor. And I already told you that when we talk about what? When we talk about minor, a minor is never personally liable for the necessaries supplied to him. The liability is against the minor's property. So if the minor has property, we get it from his property, otherwise not. Now, if you talk about a lunatic, anyway, if the lunatic again has property, the person who has supplied necessaries will get money from his property. Otherwise, if there is no property, no money at all. Okay? And if he's an orphan, a lunatic, that means he's a minor. So the same rules will apply as that of a minor. The rules are anyway the same. Chalo, anything else? He is not an, generally, अगर आप एक major हो, we don't call you orphan even if you don't have a family, right? So we say you don't have a family, we don't call you orphan. And I mean, we don't call that person orphan. अगर lunatic is grown up but he has no other family, तो still whatever property, same provision वही है. Property है तो पैसा मिलेगा, नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा. Necessaries is yes, only for property, from property, nothing else. Personally कुछ नहीं है. My lens literally make me visible. I mean blind, sorry. Seriously, I cannot see anything. Feel like nearsighted blind I am. 10 बार तो मैम बोल चुका है, आगे कुछ बोलता नहीं है. हाँ. मैं समझ गई कॉन्ट्राबैंड गुड्स क्या होता है. वेल, पुलिस के पास ले जाओ, गुड्स तो आपका है नहीं, सर मुझे मिला. नाउ इट इज अ डिफरेंट स्टोरी. दे में से नहीं आपका ही गुड्स है, तो व्हाई डू इवन वांट टू टच कॉन्ट्राबैंड? कोई बोला है लेके जाओ, छोड़ के चले जाओ. छोड़ के चले जाओ. या यू कैन ट्राई टू फाइंड द ओनर ऑल्सो. इलीगल गुड्स है ना, तो ओनर अच्छा पैसा भी दे देगा. No problem at all. Okay, so moving on to the next chapter. Tell me, which chapter you want me to start next? Sale of Goods Act. Sale of Goods Act? Hey, partnership we'll do after this. After Sale of Goods Act, we'll do, companies will do tomorrow. हाँ. हाँ, क्यों कल नहीं आने वाले हो आप? क्या है बहुत कुछ? ओह अच्छा, कौन से कॉलेज में? No answer is justified also for that. You will come, but आज ही कर दो. Sale of Goods Act. Actually, I wanted to do chapter wise only, honestly speaking. मतलब sale of goods only I wanted to start. Huh? I broke the rules in your class. I did partnership first and then Sale of Goods Act. Huh? Oh, acha, for this also I should do voting. Chalo, done. Everyone is allowed to vote. How many of you vote for Companies Act? Hey, companies, so I'm not going to teach even if the whole class votes. आज तो नहीं पढ़ाने वाली हूँ. I still want to see. How many of you say Companies Act? How many of you say Partnership Act? ये सब आरामी जीव है, सबको अरेस्ट चाहिए अभी. How many of you say Sale of Goods Act? Oh my God, undivided win. And no doubts also. No need to count votes also. So this is actually generally company ka decisions are taken by the shareholders, no? So you will do section 106 of Companies Act in your inter. So this is how voting is done. Section 107, sorry. 107 talks about voting by show of hands. So this is how it is done. Okay? And who is the winner, by the way? Okay, thank you for telling me. I couldn't find it actually. Wait. 3B, question number 3B. Let's find if I can find that question. Just a second. Oh my God, literally my lenses have turned me blind. Okay, so this is the question, and I am pretty sure I already discussed a part of this question, and a part of this question resembles the question of Mr. Rich. You remember Mr. Rich ka question? So I'm pretty much sure that you guys will be able to answer this question. Listen carefully, all of you. Mr. S promises Mr. M to paint a family picture. Paint a family picture for 20,000, okay? And assures to complete his assignment by 15th March 23. Unfortunately, Mr. S died in a road accident. I swear, मैंने अपने लॉ क्लासेस में जितने लोगों को मारा है ना, क्वेश्चंस भी मुझे ऐसे ही मिलते हैं. Unfortunately, Mr. S died in a road accident on 1st March. When was he supposed to deliver the painting? 15th March. He died on 1st March and his assignment remains undone. Can Mr. M bind the legal representatives of Mr. S for the promise? Why? Personal skill, painter, subsequent impossibility. Correct? Now, suppose Mr. S had promised to deliver some photographs to Mr. M on 15th of March against a payment of 10,000, but he dies before that date. Will the representative be bound? Yes. This was only deliver. So here there is nothing about personal skill. So the same answer I gave you, that if I am supposed to click the pictures, then it is personal skill. If I am supposed to deliver them, then it is not personal skill. Okay? So whoever had a doubt in this, I hope your doubt is clarified. हाँ? अगर ऐसा कुछ है that I only want you to perform, then it will become void. Subsequent impossibility. If let's say the contract says that I only want you to perform, then it's a different thing altogether. Chalo. Now, before I start with the next chapter, and obviously I'm going to start with Sale of Goods Act, giving you 2 minutes. You want to visit the washroom, you want to drink water, do it. 2 minutes and be back.
This one.
The contract is discharged due to supervening impossibility.
No, it's not discharge.
Time of
No. What is unexpected shortage of skilled labor? This is not supervening. This is
but
commercial difficulty. The 5 heads, it does not fall under any of it. It's commercial difficulty.
then
And that is not impossible. You have to supply, and if you don't supply, you're liable.
yeah, that's what time is.
Time is no. Time is of essence. You have to. And this rise of price of labor or material, it is not considered as supervening.
Thank you.
No problem. Yes. Shut it down. If we sell the we are restricted to trade in that particular area or all over the nation. That depends on the area of operation of the business, whose goodwill you have purchased, as well as the terms of the contract. So that's a very circumstantial thing. I cannot say it will be this one. It can be different in every case. It differs from case to case. So let's say Yashas is operating only in Bangalore. So there, if they say all over India, that's unreasonable. Right? But if on academy we are saying it's operating on India level. For them, India level. So that is how it works. Okay? If someone, I could smell someone applied balm. Anyone has balm? Give mine is there, but it is in the bag. I haven't seen it. Chalega, kuch bhi chalega. We are headache. You please don't forget to. No, don't throw. I am not good at catching. I am not Virat Kohli and all the. Shami was the person who took all the wickets. I'm not sure. Thank you so much. But please don't forget to take it. Okay, so I'll start with which chapter? Sale of Goods Act again. So how many of you find this chapter really tough? How many of you find this chapter really tough? Yes, you can. This one is it? You can please take it from here if this is it. Or if this is it. There are two remotes here. Okay. So how many of you love this chapter? Love this chapter? That's good. Nice. Okay. So tell me, say, so I gave you 2 minutes break so that you can actually take out all that holding that you are holding since the past 1 hour inside you. Now it's done. So please let's continue. So Sale of Goods Act. This chapter is not tough or anything, but it is a little tricky. So especially when it comes to the chapter conditions and warranties questions, it's tricky. So I please want your attention here, all of you. Okay? Yeah. You come in. I am not asking you to go. So can you tell me the year the act came into force? 1930, and the date 1st July 1930. Always remember, Sale of Goods Act only deals with what? Sale and It does not deal with pledge, mortgage. Pledge is given under Indian Contract Act. Mortgage is given under Transfer of Property Act. So this chapter deals only with sale and agreement to sell. What is sale? Ownership is transferred immediately. What is agreement to sell? Ownership is transferred on a future date. So when we say contract of sale, it talks about either transfer of ownership immediately or transfer of ownership on a future date. So what exactly is a contract of sale? Whereby the seller what? Transfers or agrees to transfer what? The property in the goods. What is property in the goods? Property in the goods means what? Ownership of the goods. To whom? To the buyer. And what does the transfer take place for? For a price. So if I look at this definition, I also get the essentials. So can you tell me what are the essentials of a valid contract of sale? First, there must be two parties. Who are the two parties? Seller and buyer. Who is the seller? Who sells or kya? Agrees to sell. Who is a buyer? Who buys or agrees to buy. So who is a seller who sells or agrees to sell? Who is a buyer who buys or agrees to buy? What does he sell or agree to sell or buy or agree to buy? The property, the ownership. He agrees to sell or sell goods. So that means what? The transfer. What is the subject matter? It is goods. And when we say goods, what do we mean by goods? Any movable goods, whether tangible or intangible, but does not include what? Does not include services. Does not include what? Does not include services. Now, what does the transfer take place for? Transfer takes place for a price. What is price? Please understand, always there has to be a give and take. And when I say there always has to be a give and take. One side it is what? Goods. One side it should be what? Money. Can it be partly goods, partly money? Yes, but money has to be involved. Now when I say money, old rare coins, is it money? No. When I say money, money means what? The legal tender of the country. That means the legal currency which is then used in the country. So if you give me the old 500 rupee note just before demonetization, you have seen no, the old ones and the new ones, yes or no? So we are not talking about what? Those. Even 2000 currency notes, correct or not, right? So those are not considered as what? Money. Now again, tell me, when we say transfer, transfer must be what? General property and not of special property, right? What is general rights? General rights means what? Ownership. What is special rights? Any rights other than ownership rights. Any rights other than ownership rights, correct or not? So when I transfer, when I sell, I can only sell the general rights or the ownership. I cannot transfer special rights. And if I want to completely transfer the goods, I must convert the special property into what? General property. Clear? Then since it's a contract under the Indian Contract Act, all the essentials of a valid contract must be present. The next one, as we had discussed the essentials, so we are going to study the essentials in details. Goods. What do I mean by goods? Any movable goods other than money and actionable claims. Right? Goods means what? Any movable goods other than money and actionable claims. What is actionable claims? Any unsecured debts which can be enforced in the court of law. Now, goodwill, patent, trademark, water, electricity, gas, old rare coins, is it goods? Yes. Tell me, anything which is a part of the land, is it goods? Yes. If provided I detach them from the land when I sell them. If I sell them with the land, then it is obviously not considered as goods. But if I detach them from the land and I sell them, then it is considered as what? Considered as goods. Now we have three classification of goods. What are the three classifications? Existing, future, contingent. What is existing? I have them. Right now, when I contract to sell, I have them. right? I want to sell this pen to you. It is what? Existing. I will sell you the pen which I get from C. What is it? Future or contingent? I will sell you the pen which I get from C. Future or contingent? It's future. Future, which I get from C. I'm just describing the goods to you. I will sell you the goods I will sell you the pen provided I get it from C. This is contingent. Right? In future, if I'm not able to give you the goods, I'm liable for damages. But contingent, am I liable for damages? No. I told you I will only sell if I get them. I'm not liable to sell unless I get them. So existing goods, goods which are in the possession of the seller when he contracts to sell them. Then future, goods which are not in the possession of the seller but will be what? Procured or produced or manufactured by him after the contract is made. Contingent, acquisition, the goods, the acquisition of which by the seller depends upon a contingency. That is an event which may or may not happen. And Saad is going to explain me the next classification. What is the next classification? This is for which type of goods? This is for which type of goods? So this is proof that I remember you, hai na? Saad? Yes. So please tell me, what is specific goods, by the way? On the basis of classification of existing goods, it may be what? Specific, ascertained and unascertained. So what is specific goods? Please tell me. What do you mean by decided at the time of? Okay. 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 So who's going to explain me what is unascertained goods? What? Who said that? Specific goods is unascertained goods, huh? What? Huh? Identified or not identified or described? What is it? Huh? Only description is given. Okay. What is ascertained goods? Set aside. So actually, please understand, only two types of goods exist. What? Specific and unascertained. Correct? It is always unascertained goods which are what? It's always unascertained goods which are what? Ascertained. Correct or not? Yes? When I go and say I want this pen, what type of goods are these? Specific goods. I have identified the goods. When I go to the shop and I say I want a red color surface, metal body pen, what type of goods are these? Unascertained. I have just given a Please understand, branding of the goods is also what? Description of the goods. Branding of the goods is also what? Description of the goods. As per my branding, when the person takes out the goods, what has he done? He has ascertained the goods. Clear? Is it clear? Should I explain it again? Clear, all of you? Yes. So basically, when I say I have a warehouse full of goods and I want to sell out of those, let's say my warehouse has 1,000 packets of goods and I say I will sell 10 packets of it to you. What type of goods are these? Unascertained. When I take out those 10 packets, it is what? Ascertained. When I say I want to sell these 10 packets to you, it is what? Specific. Okay. Now, fixing of the next essential was what? Price. We already saw what is price. Is it visible also? It's visible? Not visible. It's visible, no? Huh. My lenses have made me blind, literally. No, it's visible. Huh. So, fixing of price. So, basically, first of all, when we say price, what is price? The monetary currency. That we've already seen, right? I already told you, if you still have doubts, you can open your what? Wallets, you can open it. No money, ma'am, only e-money nowadays. No, huh? Nothing, huh? Empty. Butterfly. No money, na? Broke. Month end ना ऐसा ही हालत होता है. Once you reach the month end, last 10 days is like, stretching out. इधर से लोन, उधर से लोन पे जिंदगी चलती है. I understand. So, fixing of price. How do we fix the price of the goods? Price is fixed by 3 different ways. What are the 3 different ways? Can we fix in the agreement only? Yes. Seller offers a price, buyer agrees to purchase at that price, or buyer offers a price, seller agrees to sell at that price. So in the contract itself, we fix what? The price of the goods. What is this mutual dealings? We don't fix the price of the goods in the contract, but we deal with each other on a regular basis. And because of this regular dealings, we have terms using which we can fix the price of the goods. This is what mutual dealing. So, for example, I will always sell you the goods 5% below market price. So the next time we discuss, we settle on a purchase or sale without fixing the price. At what price will I sell the goods to you? 5% below the market price, right? And the next one is what? By third parties. Basically, third party is what? Is a valuer. You know, when you will do CA Interme, Companies Act, you will do no, a concept of registered valuer will be used quite often. So that is what we are talking about. What? Third party is basically a valuer. Can we say when I hire a valuer to fix the price of the goods, it is a contingent contract? Yes or no? Yes. And if this valuer refuses to fix the price of the goods, the contract will become what? Void. The contract will become what? Void. On the other hand, if a part of the contract is performed and then he refuses to fix the price of the goods, then what will happen? For the part which is performed, it is valid. For the part which is not performed, it is what? It is void. Clear to everyone? Yes. Then the next one, delivery. What is delivery of the goods? What is delivery of the goods? Voluntary transfer. Please don't forget the word voluntary. It is not statutory. It is not force. It's not just transfer. It is voluntary. Why do we say voluntary? Because the seller at his own will transfers the possession. See, ownership is what? The property in the goods is what? Ownership. But delivery means what? We are talking about the physical goods. We are talking about the physical goods. Right? What are we talking about? We are talking about the physical goods. So basically what is happening? The physical possession of the goods are transferred. The physical possession of the goods are transferred. So what is it? First, what? Actual delivery. What is actual delivery? What is actual delivery? I give the goods to you. The physical possession of the goods are transferred. I physically hand over the goods to the buyer. What is symbolic? Obviously, from the name itself, we get it. Something to do with symbols. I don't give you the goods, but I give you some symbols using which you can take what? The possession of the goods. Yes, the key, the documents, anything. So I don't give you the goods, but I give you certain symbols using which you can take the possession of the goods. What is constructive delivery? There is no movement of the goods. The goods are where they are. But just by acknowledgement, the delivery takes place. This is also known as delivery by acknowledgement or atonement. Delivery without any what? This will be without any change in the custody or possession, right? So basically when someone acknowledges that yes, I am holding the goods for you, can we say this is what? Constructive delivery? Yes. Should I give example for this? Should I give example for this? Please, I am doing a revision. I'm under the impression you've understood, so I am explaining at a particular pace. If I start giving examples for everything, not possible. But if anything you don't understand, you can ask me. So basically, let's say S has a godown and this godown is full of hay. I'm giving you the same example because you can connect it to then. S sold his hay to whom? To B. Now S gave the keys of the godown to B and says to B, take the delivery whenever you want. This is what? Symbolic. If let us say on the other hand, he actually stocks the hay in his carrier and takes it to B's place, then what type of a delivery is it? Then it is actual, right? Then let's say X has a godown. We have those warehouse services we do, no? X has a godown and S hired this godown to keep his hay. S sold this hay to whom? B. Now he says to B, please take your hay. B says, no, I anyway have to keep it somewhere. Let it be there only. I will have to keep it. I will take it from here, find some other warehouse. So rather let it be there. So what S does is he goes to X and says that, see, I have sold the goods to B and now you are holding the goods not for me but for B. So this is what? Who is that? बड़ा प्यार से B बोल रहा है. कौन है? अद्रित था क्या वो? Oh, this guy. Okay. Josh, देखो, this is the kind of Josh you all should have. Energy. You should you should buy one very high energy, okay? Not like this. Okay? So tell me, can we say the moment he acknowledges this, can we say without any movement of the goods, the delivery has taken place to whom? To B. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Chalo, we are done with this chapter unit. Sorry, unit. Imagine in 30 minutes done. Sale of goods. Tab to partnership will be in 10 minutes done. Partnership done. Acha, before this, before I go to the next unit, we. Shh. What do I say? This is Josh only for my answers. Otherwise, control. Okay. So now tell me, what is the difference between sale and agreement to sell? These documents are there. If you want to just refer to these documents before exam, it's there on my channel. I'll re-upload it so that you don't miss it out also. Okay. So tell me, where was I? Sale and agreement to sell. Bolo difference, bolo jaldi se. In sale, ownership is transferred immediately. In agreement to sell, it is transferred on a future date. Next. Ha. In case of sale, the risk is with the buyer. Don't say risk is with the owner. I want to know who is the owner. Risk is with the buyer. In agreement to sell, the risk is with whom? Is with the seller. Next. Okay. Sale creates jus in rem. Agreement to sell creates jus in personam. Next. Sale is executed. Agreement to sell is executory. ढूंढ के निकाली है. आगे बोलो. Next. If there is a breach in case of sale, I can sue for both price and damages. But in agreement to sell, if there is a breach, only for why? Because the date for performance has not passed. But let's say here the ownership would transfer and you had to pay the money here. But you don't pay the money here. Then in this period, can he even sue you for price? Yes. Otherwise, only for damages. Next, bolo. One more point is there. Sale is for existing goods. Whereas agreement to sell is for what? Future or... Acha, can I have an agreement to sell for existing goods? Can I have agreement to sell? Can I have agreement to sell? Can you see the patience that I've developed in this past 1 month? So much evident, right? So tell me, when we say sale, can we say, can I say we can have an agreement to sell for existing goods? Yes or no? Yes. Tell me, what's the difference between sale and hire purchase? Sale ownership is transferred immediately. Hire purchase on the last installment. Okay, then in case of sale, goods cannot be returned, but in case of hire purchase, the goods can be returned. Then, in sale, the risk is with the buyer. In agreement, hire purchase, it is with the owner of the goods. Then, before I go into that, when I sell the goods, what is the position of the buyer? He is the owner of the goods. But what is the position of the hirer? He is the bailee. So that means, can I say hire purchase is a type of bailment? Yes or no? Yes. Then tell me, in sale, can the buyer resell the goods? Yes. And the new buyer gets a good title. In case of hire purchase, can the hirer sell the goods? No. So the buyer does not get a good title. And which is higher? Higher purchase or the charges, higher charges or price of the goods, which is higher? If I compare it on that level, yes, always the price. But if I compare it over a period of time or usage, you will see it is always higher charges which are higher. Okay. What's the difference between sale and bailment? Uh-huh. In sale, transfer of ownership. In bailment, transfer of possession. Then in sale, can you return the goods back? No. In bailment, can you keep the goods? The goods have to be returned back. In sale, can we have without money? No. But bailment may or may not have consideration. Clear? Now, if you have any doubts in this unit, you ask me before I move to the next one. Hey, what? Sale of goods act, you don't have any doubt. You studied only those 3-4 units or not? In Indian, you only. First 3 units, you had doubt in everything. Now, no doubt only. No doubt. You're the only one who was asking me doubts. No doubt. No doubt. हाँ बोलो. हाँ बोलो बोलो. हाँ. अच्छा. I did not teach that topic. Okay. Okay. Tell me. Let's talk about destruction of subject matter. Destruction of subject matter. So here we have 2 things. What? Before. First is what? Before agreement. Second is what? After agreement, before sale. If it is before agreement, it's void ab initio. If it is after agreement, before sale, we have 2 things. Specific goods. For specific goods, what will happen? It is void. Void ab initio or void contract? Void contract. Can we say supervening impossibility, destruction of subject matter? Yes or no? Yes. If it is unascertained goods, the contract is valid. Clear, all of you? Now moving on to the next one. Can I go to the next unit now? Yes. Conditions and warranties. Huh. Document of title means the person who is named in the instrument or the person who holds the instrument document of title means the person who is. I understand that I am keeping a lot of patience with you guys. Yeah. That doesn't mean you will talk. This is a revision class. It's not a regular class. And you have come here spending your entire Sunday sitting in the class, not just to have some fun work. You have come for revision class. It was not even a mandatory thing to come. And you're still coming here and talking. You're still coming here and talking. Like, now if you don't get this, when will you get it? Not coming here. Why are you wasting a Sunday? If you just want to talk, there is no one. Your parents have seen you walking out of the house. You can go to Pamba, there is bowling and cafes here. You can go and sit anywhere. You are sitting in the class and non-stop you're talking. अभी नहीं समझोगे तो कब समझोगे? You're supposed to write exam, not even a month now. At this point of time, if you're doing this, I mean, it just shows the seriousness. You now, ठीक है classes चल रहा था. It started in May, April, May, June. I understand you cannot be serious for an exam which appears, which happens in December. In June, you cannot be serious about it. But this is December. Ab nahi to kab. Non-stop you're talking. I'm not saying I just don't want to sit. This is common sense. This is for you to understand. You're not here for fun. Now it is not the time for that. Then constantly, even after you losing the mic, you are more loud than I am. And what kind of an impression it gives on the other persons who are watching? It's not just available to you guys. It's also available to the whole world, right? YouTube sessions. Imagine they hear you talking so much. What will they do? This is the kind they get, you know. सारा कोई सीए देख लो वो अपना सर्वर खोल लेगा ये जनरेशन आ रही है. If by fluke also you clear, you cannot internet, you won't be able to survive also on these terms. Huge syllabus, shortage of time. You will not be able to survive also. At least today I was not expecting you guys to talk. That too, you are just next. You know, exams are knocking the door. And you're still coming here. Why have you come? You could actually go and sit at home. Watch it whenever you want to. No. At least today is not the place or the time you should talk. I'm not saying it on, you know, the mic. What kind of an impression it gives on the class? That you have come here for revision and you're still talking. At least now it's time for us to get serious about it. So document of title shows that either you are, this is the document of title, either your name appears on this or you are simply holding the instrument. So either by name or by possession, you become the owner. Can I transfer it to any other person? Yes. How? Either by writing his name or just by handing over that document to that person. What is document showing title? It's share certificate, which is now almost obsolete because recently, in fact, last month end, I think, on last month only, the government has given a notification that other than small company, no companies can have their shares in physical form. So it will be in demat form other than for small companies. Rest every company's shares have to be what? In demat form only. So this is now to earlier private company ke liye it was not mandatory, but after this notification for every company it's mandatory. But still anyway, share certificate. My name appears on the share certificate. Can I say I'm the owner of the shares? Yes. I give it to you. You become the owner? No. I transfer. I write your name. Do you become the owner? No. So it cannot be transferred by endorsement or delivery. Now, moving on to the next unit, conditions and warranties. What is conditions? Conditions are stipulations. What is stipulations? Agreements. Conditions are stipulations which are essential for the main purpose of the contract. Which is what? Essential for the main purpose of the contract. And if there is a breach of conditions, can you cancel the contract? Yes or no? Yes. Can you also claim the damages? Yes, if I have suffered any. Can I treat a breach of condition as a breach of warranty? Can I treat a breach of condition as a breach of warranty? Yes. Breach of condition may be treated as a breach of warranty. Now, when we say conditions, conditions and warranties can be express or implied. Express is something which is agreed between the parties, and when I say agreed, it could be anything that they agree to. I cannot say this, I cannot say that, because it can be anything that they agree to. But when we say implied is what? By law. Law says that when the seller sells the goods to the buyer, these conditions have to be fulfilled, and if it is not fulfilled, can the buyer cancel the contract? Yes. What is title? I want all of you to recall the points. What is title? What is title? Ownership. When the seller sells the goods to the buyer, do you ask the seller, do you have a right to sell? No. Why? Because you imply what? That he has a right to sell. Or if he is going to sell on a future date, you imply what? That on the future date, he will have the rights to sell. If he does not have the rights to sell, what will happen? If he does not have the rights to sell, what will happen? Will the buyer get the ownership? No. Can the true owner claim the goods back from the buyer? Yes. What will the buyer claim from the seller? Why will I claim the damages? I'll claim the whole price of the goods, right? He can claim the price from the buyer. Seller. When the sale is made by sample, what are the three conditions that must be fulfilled? The bulk must correspond to the sample. Then buyer must be given an opportunity to examine the goods. Then the goods must not have any hidden defect which makes them unmerchantable. If these three conditions are not fulfilled, can the buyer return the goods back? Yes. Then tell me, what is sale by description? When the sale is made by description, the bulk must correspond to the description. Can I say description of packing is also a part of sale by description? Yes. And if the packing is not as per the description, can I return the goods back? Yes. What is the next one? Sale by sample as well as description. What is sample as well as description? I show you the sample as well as describe the goods to you. Generally, you will find questions will be from sample or description, not both of them together. Okay? Now, when the sale is made by sample as well as description, what is the first condition? The sample must be described as it is known in the market, and the bulk must correspond to what? Both sample as well as description. What is the next one? Specific purpose of the buyer. What is the specific purpose of the buyer? The buyer specifies to the seller the reason of his purchase. Depends upon the what? Seller's skill and judgment, and the seller deals in those goods. Then if the goods do not suit the buyer's purpose, can he return the goods back? Yes. So there's a huge confusion between this point and these 2 points. So when is it specific purpose of the buyer? I feel when you solve questions specially, am I correct or am I not correct? I mean, I'm just asking you. I feel there's a great confusion whether it is sale by sample and description or whether it is sale for the specific purpose of the buyer. Am I correct when I say this? Yes. So how will I identify? When the buyer gives a description of the goods he wants, it becomes what? Specific purpose of the buyer. Okay? When the seller gives a description or sample, it becomes what? Sample or description. समझ में आया? So when the buyer tells the kind of goods he is looking for, okay, then it is not sale by sample or description. It is what? Specific purpose of the buyer. But when the seller says to the buyer that these are the kind of goods or this is the goods I'm going to sell you, whatever, then it is sale by what? Sample or sale by description. Is it clear to everyone? Usage of trade. That is when it is supposed to be used for a particular purpose. Remember our umbrella? Yes? Huh? Huh? Yeah, absolutely. Correct. Huh? So the next one, what is the next one? Merchantability. What is merchantability? The goods should be in a saleable or usable state. If they are not, can I return the goods back? Yes. If the packing is defective, does that also make the goods unmerchantable? Yes. Defective packing of the goods also makes the goods unmerchantable. Tell me, if a person has a personal ailment, does that also make the goods unmerchantable? No. Personal ailment of a person does not make the goods unmerchantable. Wholesomeness is an extension of merchantability. Apart from being merchantable, they should be what? Wholesome. That is in a consumable state. So snakes coming out of the food, lizards coming out of the food, cockroaches coming out of the food, and what not coming out of the food is not in a consumable state. These are all real cases that have happened. Nothing is given by me. China is a different thing. I am not Chinese. This is not China. Right. First thing I said, this is India. I'm talking about Indian Act. Imagine in your food, lizard coming out. You will imagine. Even I am a vegetarian. Khana hai. No, I'm just, he said, no, that only I'm saying. No. If you watch Chinese drama and all that, the food they'll show, you'll be like, and you are a vegetarian, so you can understand also. The real? Our defect in food is their food only, actually. True. Beetle soup they will have, snake soup they will have. No, I'm just giving you the reality. No. I have watched Chinese drama, Korean drama, so that is where my experience comes from. Like, "Kya? I will make snake soup for you. You'll feel better. What are you munching on? Dried fish eyes." I'm like, oh shit. And I'm also a vegetarian. So, so, so sad. No, nothing sad. I'm very happy about it. So, moving on to the next one, warranty. So, what is warranty? Want to say something? We are on track only. Don't worry. So, what is warranty? Stipulation which runs what? Collateral to the kya? Main contract. Tell me, if there is a breach of warranty, can you cancel the contract? No. You can only claim the. Tell me, can a breach of warranty be treated as a breach of condition? No, a breach of warranty cannot be treated as a breach of condition. Okay, the first and the last warranty is nothing but what? It is nothing but breach of condition treated as a breach of warranty. So basically, condition as to title. The seller sold stolen goods to you, and the true owner comes and takes away the goods from you. You should have claimed the whole price. Instead of claiming the whole price, you claimed only the what? Damages. You have treated a breach of condition as a breach of warranty. Then the next one, as to quality and fitness. That umbrella, right? You wanted a romantic walk. It became a drenched walk, right? And all those with hopeless feelings in the heart come back to the class. Okay, so now you wanted to return the umbrella back, but your girlfriend refused, right? So you just go and claim the damages. You have treated a breach of condition as a breach of warranty. The next one, freedom from encumbrances. So when I sell goods to you on which a third party has a charge, okay, so let's say I sell goods to you on which a third party has a charge. So we had this example of Gabbar Thakur, if you remember. Yes, Thakur had a piano which he gave to Gabbar as a security for a loan, and later he sold off that piano to whom? Jay. So when he sold the piano to Jay, he should have paid off Gabbar, but he did not pay Gabbar. So tell me, can Gabbar go and claim the piano from Jay? Yes or no? Yes. That means the seller has sold the goods to the buyer on which a third party has a charge. And can we say because of this charge, the buyer suffers what? Damages. The buyer can claim those damages from whom? From the seller. So when the seller sells the goods to the buyer on which a third party has a charge, and owing to this charge, if the buyer suffers any damages, he can claim the damages from the seller. And then the next one, disclosure of dangerous nature of the goods. You will see sometimes if you purchase, these crackers, on the crackers box it's written, right? You be careful, all that is written, right? So this is what? Is it that they are selling crackers, so they are doing it? They don't know. If they had soul and heart, no, they would not hire small kids to make those crackers also, right? So it is just law says that whenever you sell dangerous goods, it's your duty to inform the buyer about the dangerous nature. If you don't, and the buyer suffers any damage, can the buyer claim the damages from the seller? Yes. So with this, we are done with the warranties. Caveat emptor. What does caveat emptor mean? Let the buyer beware. When the buyer makes a selection of the goods, it is his duty to check whether the goods suit his purpose or not. So basically, what it says is the seller is what it means is the seller is not liable for what? For the wrong selection of goods by the buyer. right? The seller is not responsible for the wrong selection. That means what? If the buyer makes a wrong selection of the goods, can he return the goods back? Can he return the goods back? No. What does it mean? Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. लेकिन लॉ में क्या होता है? I have told you in one line to remember all the lochas. What is that? All implied conditions are lochas to caveat emptor. Caveat emptor says buyer cannot return the goods back. But in all the implied conditions, can the buyer return the goods back? Yes. So in all the implied conditions, the buyer can return the goods back. Is it clear to everyone? Pakka? Yes. With this, we are done with this unit. हाँ बोलो. I'll you just see if you have any doubts, and after that, tell. The description must be as the sample. Done, all of you? No doubts? Okay. In the rule of caveat emptor, he wanted me to explain this patent and trademark wala thing. So basically, what is this patent and trademark? So when you purchase branded goods, so in case of branded goods, they will tell you that, these features are available or this is it, right? So let's say you go and purchase a Bluetooth mic and it is given it will connect to any device, whatever electronic device. Now you're trying to connect it with your television and it's not connecting. Can you return the goods back or not? Yes. Why? Because that brand says that it will be able to connect to any electronic device. So I gave you the example that the mobile says that your camera will have 12 megapixel, front camera, whatever. And when you open it, it's just 3.2 megapixel. Can you return the phone back? Yes. So when in case of branded goods, when they tell you that you will get the goods with particular features, if the features are missing, the buyer has a right to return the goods back. Can I move to the next unit? Any other doubt? No? Any other doubt? Yes? Any other doubt? No? Doubt nahi hai, is class mein. Everyone will score, not 65, I changed 70. Out of 60. No, out of 100 nahi, 60. Out of 60 you will score 70. And online students, so they have decided nothing to say. Done. Huh? Oh, that is too much. Lalach buri bala hai. Too much of lalach is not good. Chalo, moving on to the next one, transfer of property. Now, when we say transfer of property basically happens in what? 3 stages. What are the 3 stages? Property in the goods, possession of the goods, passing of risk. What is property in the goods? Ownership. What is possession of the goods? Physical goods. What is passing of risk? First of all, can I say risk is with the owner or risk is with the person who has the possession? What is right? Risk is with the owner or risk is with the person who has the possession? What is right? Huh? What is right? Owner. Both. What is right? Risk is with the person who is the owner of the goods, irrespective of possession. Now, if any party is at fault, that's a different thing altogether. That's a different thing. But always remember, risk is with the owner, irrespective of who has the possession of the goods. That means, can I say, till the time the seller is the owner, risk is with whom? Risk is with the seller. But once the ownership is transferred to the buyer, risk passes on to the buyer. Risk passes on to the buyer. Acha, tell me, but can the parties have a different agreement that till you have the goods, you will only bear the risk? Yes. And if any party is at fault, the defaulting party shall bear the risk. So if the goods are lost, I am the owner, but the goods are lost due to your fault. Who is liable for the loss? You are liable for the loss. Now, a very important question, when does the ownership transfer from the seller to the buyer? So can the contract itself specify that ownership will transfer on this day? Yes. So when the intention of the parties is specified in the contract itself, so ownership will transfer only when you pay. Ownership will transfer after 10 days or whatever the case may be, whatever conditions they put. Whenever that condition is fulfilled or whenever that time passes, can we say as per that intention the ownership will be transferred? Correct or not? Yes. So it will be transferred as per the intention. But where contract does not specify anything, contract does not specify anything as to when the ownership will transfer, can I say depending on the type of goods, the ownership will be transferred. If the goods are specific goods, can you please tell me what is specific goods? Can you please tell me what is specific goods? Huh? Goods which are identified. So if I say I want to buy this mic, this is what? Specific goods. Here I gave you the example of 50 books, which was a joke for you all. 50 छोड़ो 5 भी नहीं पढ़ेंगे हम in my whole life. 50 books. I'm not talking about CA books. Okay? That is mandatory. Nothing can be done. That is, you know what, it comes with the life. क्या बोलते हैं word? Package deal or whatever you say. Anyway, so specific goods are what? They are goods which are identified. if the specific goods are in a what is deliverable state? What is deliverable state? Correct. Deliverable state means the buyer is bound to take the delivery. Buyer is bound to take the delivery. So what is deliverable state? Buyer is bound to take the delivery. If the goods are in a deliverable state, when will the ownership transfer? Immediately. Means the moment the contract is made, ownership. Please, this is where contract does not say anything. If the goods are in a deliverable state, but the contract says ownership will pass after 5 days, when will the ownership pass? After 5 days. This will happen when the contract does not say anything. So when will the ownership transfer? Immediately. If the goods are not in a deliverable state, when will the ownership transfer? After they are bought to a deliverable state and the buyer is informed. Okay? And then tell me, if the seller has to conduct the tests over the goods, when will the ownership transfer? After the test. But if the buyer has to conduct the tests, what then? Ownership is transferred immediately. Correct? So if the seller has to conduct the tests, ownership will be after the test, but we don't wait for the buyer. The ownership is transferred immediately. Correct? So if the goods are in a deliverable state, ownership is transferred immediately. If they are not in a deliverable state, ownership is transferred when? After they are brought to a deliverable state and the buyer is informed. If the seller has to conduct tests over the goods, when? After the test. If the buyer has to conduct the test, when then? Immediately. Now tell me, if the goods are unascertained goods, okay, if the goods are unascertained goods, when will the ownership be transferred? After they are ascertained and appropriated. What is ascertained? What is ascertained? Goods answering the description are identified and set apart. That means whatever description. So let's say I gave the example, I want a surface red color metal body pen. This is what? Unascertained goods. When as per my description, the shopkeeper takes out the goods, what he's done? Ascertain. So this is done by the seller or it's done by both buyer and seller? Only the seller. So this is the unilateral act of the seller. Now he comes to me and confirms, ma'am, this is the pen you want. I say, yes, this is what? Appropriation. So what is appropriation? Selection of the goods with the consent of both the parties for the performance of the contract. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Now, when the sale is made on approval, when does the ownership transfer? Keshav, when does the ownership transfer? When it is sale on approval? Chalo, tell me, when does the ownership transfer when it is sale on approval? Huh? When the buyer accepts the goods. There are three cases. First is what? Buyer accepts the goods. Time lapses, right? Reasonable time, and if time is mentioned within the specified time. But if nothing is mentioned, reasonable time. Or he does an act which an owner can do. Right? He does an act which suggests ownership. But if it is cash on approval, sale on approval basis on cash, then when will it be? When the cash is paid. So if it is cash on, sale on approval on cash basis, in that case, ownership will transfer only after the cash is paid. Right? Huh. It's not. Unless he pays the cash, it's not. Okay? Can we move forward? Yes. Can a non-owner sell the goods? Can a non-owner sell the goods? Usually no. Nemo dat quod non habet. No one can give what he has not got. लेकिन law में क्या होता है? लोचा. So there are cases where a non-owner can sell the goods. What are the cases? Tell me. First of all, sale by a... Okay, so these points I want everyone to tell with me. What is the first one? Sale by a mercantile. Acha, tell me, what are the rights of a who is a mercantile agent? Middleman. What are the rights of a mercantile agent? He can sell the goods, he can buy the goods, he can consign the goods for sale, and he can even pledge the goods. So tell me, when it is sale on when it is sale by mercantile agent, what are the conditions? What are the conditions? Mercantile agent acting in the ordinary course of the business. That means it is not that for this contract alone he is a mercantile agent. Has the possession of the goods or the document of title with the what? Consent of the owner, and sells it to whom? To a bona fide purchaser. The sale is what? Valid. Then tell me, sale by one of the joint owners. What is one of the joint owners? Are they partners? Are they partners? Huh? This camera also has a problem. Are they partners? No. But can I say every partner is a joint owner? Yes or no? Yes. So, sale by joint owners means when two or more persons jointly hold a property. If one of them has the possession of the goods with the consent of others and he sells them to a bona fide purchaser, is the sale valid? Yes. What is the next one? Sale by a person in possession under a voidable contract. You have the possession of the goods under a voidable contract, and before the contract is cancelled, you what? Go and sell them to another person. Will the new person get a good title? Yes. Then what is sale by estoppel? You don't have a right to sell, but in the owner's presence you sell it and he does not stop you. When the owner of the goods lets the buyer believe that the person who is selling him the goods has a right to sell, the sale is what? Valid. The next one, sale by a person in possession before sale. I have given you the possession of the goods, not the ownership. Ownership you will get later. And you sell them to a bona fide purchaser. Is the sale valid? Yes. Sale by a person in possession after sale. I have sold you the goods, but the goods are still with me. And I resell them to a new buyer. Who will get the ownership? New buyer. Ma'am, what about me? You can recover your money from me, but you sit and cry. What else? Sale by an unpaid seller. Can an unpaid seller sell the goods? Yes. Yes, after exercising the rights of lien and stoppage. Sale under other acts. All till point number 7, everything was under the Sale of Goods Act. In point number 8, we are talking about other acts like under the Indian Contract Act. Can the finder of the goods sell the goods? Yes. Is it valid? Yes. Under the Indian Contract Act, can the pony or the pledgee sell the goods? Yes. Is it valid? Yes. Under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, if a person becomes insolvent, liquidators are appointed. Can they sell the goods? Yes. Is it valid? Yes. Okay, rules of delivery, I am not doing it. If you have any doubt in any of the rules, you ask me, please. Online, if you have any doubts in the rules, you can ask. So basically, deterioration during transit is only for we are not talking about destruction of the goods. It just basically talks about normal loss. Like some goods, no. If you send those some goods, if you send those goods also, you may not get the exact same quantity. Like I told you, liquor, spirits, they will evaporate. So the seller says to the buyer, you just pay me for whatever quantity you receive. So let's say I dispatch 10,000 liters and he says you pay me for whatever quantity you receive, right? He receives 9,950 liters. Still, he is liable to pay for how much? 10,000. So this loss, this normal loss has to be borne by the buyer and not the seller. Okay? Any other doubt in this? Okay, I cannot hear what he is saying. Would you be? Generally, no, because delivery does not define ownership. In that case, ownership is transferred immediately. Doesn't matter. So they are not specific goods. Then in that case, the moment they are ascertained and then generally they will say that when the delivery is made, in that case it is whenever you dispatch the goods. You're not getting this point. This is only for specific goods, not for future goods, right? This is only for existing goods. Future goods, whenever the goods are made and you give, then only it will happen. Huh? You have to ask for the delivery of the goods, right? So when you ask for the delivery of the goods, can you ask after 6 months, please give the goods? No. Can you call at 4 in the morning, please give the goods? No. It should be done within a reasonable time and at a reasonable hour. Yes. Appropriation must be unconditional. Appropriation must be what? Appropriation must be what? Unconditional. Now, what is unconditional appropriation? It means the seller has not reserved the rights of disposal. Now, when we say reserve, not reserve the rights of disposal, so what exactly is reservation of rights to disposal? What do we mean by this? What do we mean by this? Reservation means disposal can be disposal of what? Ownership, or it can be disposal of what? Physical goods. When we say disposal, disposal can be disposal of what? Ownership or disposal of physical goods, right? Reservation means to keep under control. Reservation means what? To keep under control. When the seller keeps in his control the ultimate transfer of ownership or the ultimate transfer of physical goods to the buyer, he has reserved the rights of disposal. For example, when I give the goods to the carrier, can I say it is deemed that the delivery has started to the buyer? Yes or no? Yes. But I tell the carrier, even if the goods reach the buyer, don't hand over the goods unless I tell you. So unless I tell him, is he required to hand over the goods? No. Is he required to hand over the goods? No. So I have reserved what? The rights of disposal. I have kept in my control the ultimate disposal of the goods to the buyer. Again, when I give you document of title, you become the owner of the goods, correct or not? But if I give you the document of title along with a bill of exchange, it's a conditional transfer. That means what? I am giving a condition that unless you accept the bill of exchange, unless you accept what? The bill of exchange, you will not become the owner of the goods. Now, even if you keep the bill of exchange, sorry, even if you keep the document with you, but you return the bill of exchange, do you become the owner? No. Otherwise, what happens? If you have the document, you become the owner. But when I send it with bill of exchange, it becomes a conditional transfer. Only when you accept the bill of exchange. So I have reserved the rights to disposal. Okay? Now moving on to the next one. Huh? Yes, unpaid seller. No other doubts in rules of delivery? No? Wow, we have reached the last unit of this chapter also. आज ही खत्म कर देती हूँ मैं बैठ के सारे. हाँ नहीं हाँ एकदम अब बचा ही क्या है मरने के लिए कुछ बचा भी नहीं है ना. So how many of you are already seeing, oh, it's 3:30, another 1 hour and I'll be done. What? It's 3:30. Your class was till 4:30. No. I have the message with me. It's 4:30. 10 to 4:30. Wrong information. What counter offer? Not negotiable. It's non-negotiable. Huh? What? Huh? Why partnership will start a little bit? What? Fresh mind. Chumma. Huh? What chumma? Fresh mind. Fresh mind. What fresh mind? In this lecture since morning till now, half of the time you were like putter. That was only going on your fresh mind only. Chalo. Who is an unpaid seller? Who is an unpaid seller? Who has not received the whole price of the goods. Who is an unpaid seller who has not received the whole price of the goods? Why did he not receive the whole price of the goods? Why did he not receive the whole price of the goods? Because the buyer did not pay. Correct or not? Why did the buyer not pay? Why did the buyer not pay? No mood to pay. He becomes only insolvency. 4 cases. What are the 4 cases? Acha, tell me one thing. Here I sold the goods to you and I gave you this much credit period. During this period, am I an unpaid seller? No. But after this period, if you don't pay me, am I an unpaid seller? Yes. That means he was supposed to pay, but he did not pay. Then it is an unpaid seller. Right? What is an unpaid seller? He was supposed to pay, but he did not pay. Why he did not pay? Any of the reasons. There was no credit period, but the buyer did not pay. Second, there was a credit period which has expired, but the buyer did not pay. Third, payment was made by a negotiable instrument which has been dishonored. Fourth, what? Buyer has become insolvent. In any of these cases, if the seller does not receive his money, the seller becomes what? Unpaid seller. The seller becomes what? Unpaid seller. Now, this unpaid seller has rights both against the goods as well as against the buyer. Please remember, rights against the goods is available when ownership of the goods is with whom? Buyer. But the possession of the goods is what? Not with the buyer. Once the goods reach the buyer, rights against the goods come to an end. Why it did not say seller? Because stoppage in transit, it's with neither of the parties. Yes. Now, what is right of lien? I sold the goods, but I still have the goods and I become unpaid. Why I become unpaid? Any of the four reasons. Can I keep the goods with myself and not deliver them to the buyer? Yes, this is lien. Right? I sold the goods to the buyer, but I have not yet delivered the goods and I become what? Unpaid. Why I become unpaid? Any of the four reasons. No credit period expired, then negotiable instrument dishonored, and buyer has become insolvent. In any of these cases, I become what? Unpaid seller. I become what? Unpaid seller. And in that case, if I still have the goods, can I keep the goods with me? Yes, I can retain the goods with me. This is what? Rights of lien. When does the right of lien come to an end? When the goods are sent to the carrier. The moment I send the goods to the carrier, the goods are not with me. The rights against the goods are also over. The next, buyer. See, the reason I was exercising lien was because you did not pay. Now you have paid. You have paid. Can I exercise lien over the goods? No. Buyer tenders the payment. Tenders means pays or offers to pay. Then buyer or his agent lawfully. So let's say he has become insolvent. So if I show the court order, can I get the goods from him? Yes. The buyer or his agent lawfully acquire the goods. Or the by estoppel or waiver. Waiver means you give extension of time period. So if you give an extension in the credit period, for that period of time, you have given up your right of what? Lien. Estoppel, the seller in front of everyone says to the buyer, whenever you ask the goods, I will give it to you, I will not stop them. So by saying that, you have made everyone believe that you will not exercise what? Rights of lien. Is it clear to everyone? Yes? Then what is stoppage in transit? I have parted with the goods. I have dispatched the goods. Where? To the carrier. And before the goods are delivered to the buyer, I become what? Unpaid. Why? Because buyer has become insolvent. So this can be exercised only in the case of insolvency. I can stop the goods from being delivered to the buyer. That means what? I will call the carrier and tell him, bring the goods back to me. Or I will call the carrier and tell him, please stop the goods wherever they are. Right? This is what? Rights of stoppage in transit. After all this, I still did not get my money. Should I sit and cry? Should I sit and cry? Yes. Or should I? Should I resell the goods? Resell. But before I resell, who is the owner of the goods? Having good time at my expense, at my crying, huh? So tell me, before I resell, what should I do? I should give notice to whom? To the buyer. About what? That I am going to resell your goods. Last chance, pay, otherwise I am reselling them. If I give a notice, I give a notice and I sell the goods. Is it valid? No. I should wait for a reasonable time. If during this time he pays me, fine. If he does not pay, can I sell the goods? Yes. I gave him a notice and I sell the goods, and on resell I earn profit. Who will keep that profit? Seller. But if I earn a loss, I can recover it from the buyer. But I don't give him any notice. Whose fault is it? Seller's fault. If there is any loss, who will bear? Seller. If there is any profit, I have to give it to the buyer. Why I have to give it to the buyer? Why I have to give it to the buyer? Because he is the owner of the goods and I'm just acting as an agent for him. ठीक है? As in? It is your fault, no, because you did not pay. आपका भी तो ड्यूटी था ना पे करने का. वो नहीं कर सकती हूँ. But in that loss of resale, that you will have. What are the rights of the seller against the buyer? Now, please understand, rights against the buyer is available irrespective of who has the possession of the goods. What are the rights against the buyer? First of all, can he sue him for price? All of you getting restless and happy that this chapter is getting over. Oh my God. No, I understand. Sitting here since 10 in the morning. Hats off to you guys. That too on a Sunday. Huh? It's good only, you missed animal. There is nothing good about watching. One of my friends, she posts a story. One of my friends, he's into reviewing movies. So he'll watch it. And so he sent me the link of his review. And I'll always ask, simple word mein bata de kaisa hai. He's like, not a family watch. That was his reply. And immediately I saw a post of one of my friends. So she's like, don't, it's complete waste of money. Nothing else. In fact, this movie should be banned. She wrote that in her status. I was like, oh my God. And good, I did not. I would have had a headache. I was thinking of going to watch it. Good, I saved my headache. It's already a headache is there, huh? Good, good. Otherwise, you would have been in that trauma of watching Animal for the next couple of days, right? I mean, we cannot take that trauma. Ask them how was it. They will tell you. Tell me tomorrow how. What did they say? She was like, the movie should be banned. You don't need to give notice. If you give notice, no, goods will go somewhere else only. Goods will go somewhere else only. Okay. Okay. So, rights against the buyer. What are the rights against the buyer? First of all, okay, all of you, we can stop the discussion of animal. You are becoming an animal on this discussion. Let's be humans again, okay? So tell me, can we say, first of all, he has a right to sue for the price of the goods? Yes, he will sue the buyer for what? Price. You are supposed to pay today, you pay after 20 days. Do I get interest also or not? Yes. The seller delivers the goods to the buyer, proper time, proper place, everything, but still buyer refuses to take the delivery of the goods. Can the seller sue him for damages for non-delivery of goods? Non-acceptance of goods. Yes. Yes. And last, sue for breach. Here we have two things. If it is an actual breach, anticipatory. If it is an actual breach, I can sue for both what? Price and damages. If it is an anticipatory breach, I can sue only for damages, right? Acha, tell me, if I sold the goods to you, but I still have the goods, and you resell them to another person, and I become unpaid, can I stop the goods? I sold you the goods, but the goods are still with me. In the meantime, you sold the goods to another person, and I become unpaid. Can I exercise a right of lien? Manish will tell me this. Yes, Manish, please. Do the honors. Yes, Manish. I repeated the question twice. Tell me, can he exercise a lien? Can I exercise a lien over the goods? Yes. Any subsale or pledge made by the buyer does not affect the rights of an unpaid seller over the goods. So can the unpaid seller exercise a right over the goods? Yes. The unpaid seller can exercise a right over the goods. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. But tell me, when we talk about this, right? That means what? Any subsale or pledge made by the buyer does not affect the rights of an unpaid seller. But if the buyer conforms with the seller that let me resell the goods and he gives his consent, then can he stop the goods? No. So, however, in the following two cases, the unpaid seller cannot exercise any rights over the goods. What is the first one? When he gives his consent, or the buyer has a document of title which he transfers to the new buyer. Clear to everyone? Yes. The next one. What are the rights? So, abhi tak we did seller's rights. What about buyer's rights? If the seller breaches, will the buyer have some rights or not? Yes. So, what are the buyer's rights? Sue for damages. Buyer is ready to take the delivery, but the seller is not giving the delivery of the goods. So, what will the buyer do? Sue for damages for non-delivery of goods, right? Then sue for specific performance. We did this in Indian contract. In fact, we have done all of this somewhere or the other. Specific performance when? When the goods have no substitute or damages are not an adequate relief. If there is a breach of warranty, what will you sue for? Damages. If there is a breach of condition treated as a breach of warranty, what will you sue for? Damages. So can you sue for damages? Yes. If there is a breach of condition, what will you sue for? Price. Price. If there is a breach of condition, if you have paid advance money and the goods are not delivered, can you sue for the refund of the advance money? Yes. So sue for price when there is a breach of condition or for refund of advance money. Chalo, auction sale, please, if you have doubt in any of the points. Okay, I actually cannot hear what she is saying. Can you please? Huh? Okay, let's say yeah, we just discussed. That was my question to Manish actually. A sold 100 kgs of goods to B, but goods are still with A. Out of this, B sold 60 kgs to C. And in the meantime, B becomes insolvent and A becomes the unpaid seller. So since he has the 100 kgs of goods, he wants to exercise a lien over it. Can he do so? Yes. So even if the buyer resells the goods or pledges the goods, the right of an unpaid seller is not affected. But if let's say B asks A that can I subsale or pledge, and A says okay, go ahead, then can he stop the goods? No. Or if B has the document of title to the goods which he transfers to C, then can C show the document and get the goods? Yes. Okay. Chalo, anything else? Auction sale, if you have any doubt in any of the points. Done, all of you? Yes. So, should we start with partnership? Where you want to go and party? Huh? Internals is your party, right? For the next 1 month, no parties, nothing. Sit and study. Chalo, I'll see you tomorrow morning. What is the time tomorrow? 8 o'clock, right? So I'll see you tomorrow at 8. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.